What I do to you?
What's up, everyone? I'm gonna fix my headphones. I can only hear out of one side. Alright. That's better. Kind of, not really. So, I was just listening to a thing. I think I'm gonna try to listen to it more later on stream. There was like a big tech, like Star Citizen Tech interview, I guess, that they uploaded on their YouTube channel today. And I just started watching it, but I didn't catch it in time. I didn't realize it was 3 hours long. So we'll probably watch some of that later while I struggle to learn to fly with the sticks. But there's a few things I gotta get done, I guess, before I start. My headphone keeps going out. Alright, that's better. I can hear out of both ears. Yeah, today's gonna be a gong show, because I'm gonna be like trying to figure out how to fly with sticks. I was sitting in the hangar last night trying to map everything, because you really gotta do it from scratch. it was some weird stuff was like pre-mapped, like really weird. The yaw was inverse. I don't know why. I understand some people have like the pitch inverted. I can get that. But to have the yaw inverted, you got to be a masochist or something. Like left and right are left and right. You know, you don't. It's the fact it was like right was left by default. I was like, what are we doing here? So I had to change everything, and then I had inverse problems with the thrust, which makes sense because with the thrust, it's like, for me, I want to push it forward to go forward. But I totally understand why people want to pull it back to go forward. It feels cool. It feels good. I think that's more like a jet. I'm pretty sure the thrust, you pull it back to go faster. I think that's how planes work anyway, from what I remember. Hey, what's up, Trey? The fact you have 2 accounts keeps creeping into my mind, Trey. It's like, yo, that's kind of worth it. Just like thinking of all the times I wish I could have just logged in and like to the same server. Like for instance, last night when the gold was in that ship, I could have just like logged in on another computer or account and then gone to that spot, got in a party with my account, and then kept that ship there while I come back with a cargo ship. Or I could have just come with a cargo ship on the second account and then load it up. And like playing with 2 accounts is actually like super smart if you're a hardcore solo player. That just the thought of having 2 accounts keeps creeping in my head now. Anyway, okay, so I fixed the headphones. I gotta make sure the camera tracking's working. Okay, let's make sure that's on. Yeah, like when you stream, there's actually a pretty big checklist. It's like make the thumbnail, change the title. Because if you just upload the same thumbnail and title every day on your streams, the algorithm's not going to care about you anymore after a week. And then it's like, okay, did I bump the camera? No. Okay, good. Camera's still on position. Did I set up the other camera for head tracking? Oh boy, it's a checklist. And I forget a lot of things, so usually I start a stream and it's like I'm forgetting something. It's like, did I turn the light on? The light's on. Okay, everything's good. And then you put the headphones on and audio's only coming out of one side and you're like, what now? What are we doing here? I need to get my my head tracking camera set up so it doesn't move, because right now it moves. I have to put on a little thing to make it a little bit taller, and because it has to see my face over the microphone. Else I gotta like, I don't know if that works. Nah, it's better if it's kind of under. Oh, helps with cooldown too. Look at this guy. Yeah, there's so many advantages to 2 accounts I still haven't even thought of. Just all the ones I already did think of are excuse enough. Okay, so I adjusted that. The camera looks to be good. I don't know, it's fine. Oh, what else did I have to do? Start the game. Oh, share the screen. One of my early streams, before anyone would really talk in my chat, I'd have like 12 lurkers in the background just hanging out or something. I'm pretty sure I streamed on mute once for like 25 minutes before someone said something in the chat, and then I'm pretty sure I streamed without showing the screen for like 40 minutes one time before I realized. It was like rookie mistakes. All right. And I think I've set everything up as far as like how I want the sticks, my keyboard and mouse. I had to push the keyboard and mouse thing that I built like further under the desk because it was sticking out too far. I had to sit further back than I'm used to. And I like to reach the soundboard and my laptop, keyboard, and everything without, yeah. Okay, now let's make sure the head tracking is working. There's a lot of stuff and things. And then now I just got sticks and I have no idea what I'm doing. I sure know where things are in the key binding menu now, though. The back and forward, like, you know, when you're setting up key binds, it's in and out of the menu so much. Now the next challenge is remembering all the key binds I set. Like, what does this button do? Oh, that's what I did with that button. it's a little crazy. Okay, FOIP. Okay, I think that's good. Everything's good. Looks like. Let's share the screen. So yeah, this is the thing we're gonna watch later. Actually, I wonder if I could set it up. Let me set this up to see if I can do it on like a have it be like its own window. Oh, that one I would have to. I'm gonna figure it out. That's what I do around here. Yeah. Yeah. How do I add it to OBS? I can't see. Oh. Let me move these. And I had this thing sitting on my lap last night for like 2.5 hours, and I was thinking it was gonna like make my legs go numb or something, but it's fine. It's fine. It's completely fine. It's great even. So that's good. Where was I? Oh, I'm trying to turn this thing into a window in OBS. Browser. Display capture. I should have tested this because now I might get like double audio or something. I could figure it out. We're gonna listen to this a little later though, once I get into the game a bit. I'm gonna be live for like 5 hours, so. Display capture. No. That's what I use for that. Window capture. Which window? Yeah, that one. Sorry, I'm doing something in OBS right now. I use OBS every day, but I don't use it. If that like I used it once. I like set up a stream, and then I just use that same thing every day, right? And so now I'm like adding something to it. I've never done this before. Hoping it just works. Capture audio. What? Just put the screen there. Oh no, There we go. No. We'll put this up there later. We'll listen to that later. Not right now. But I put it there. For later. Alright. Let's jump in the game. Oh. One of the who's gonna win the prize? The smuggler's on. Should I even check anyone else's server? He's in a 385. That's a lot of people for the smuggler. It's probably a good server though. 386. Cypher Lycan? 74? 74? Yo, we're gonna try this one. Actually, that one's probably dying. The 74 one's probably dying. We'll just join the smuggler. He's got the best servers, the track record, so I'll just go with that. Okay. It's gonna be real embarrassing today. Could be flying with sticks. I don't know what the buttons are. It's like I'm starting a game brand new from scratch. I should put some music on. Which screen is it? This one? Oh, this is also the music screen. Oh, I should have done this a long time ago. Actually, just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let there be music. When I was remapping controls and key bindings and stuff on the sticks last night, I could not believe how many key bindings there are on this game when you're in a cockpit. There's just, I thought it was like, oh, you know, like decoupled lights, landing gear, you know, call for docking. I was like kind of thinking, oh, that's pretty much it. And it's like, yo, it's not even a 10% of it. Okay, so I'm gonna do Headhunter missions, but we're gonna start from the bottom again because I can't fly. It's gonna be really bad. I'm just gonna jump in a Hornet. That makes the most sense to me. It's probably the easiest thing to fly to start with. It's not too snappy, but it's not like big and slow. Actually, big and slow might not be such a bad idea. I don't need to expedite that. I already got one. People looking at me. I've had a lot of people staring me down lately. This guy looks like he belongs on the front lines in Ukraine. Oh. I think people understand that reference. I call the ship? Yeah, I did. So I could probably even sit a little closer, but I do have to stretch my arms forward to reach the mouse and keyboard now. But it's not too bad. I don't spend that much time outside the cockpit compared to inside the cockpit, I feel like. But oh, I need to put a helmet on. I need to do that now. Put the box on my head. Good to go. I don't know if these are... I didn't calibrate these or anything. It should work though. What is great is I already know where all the buttons are. Like I don't... With mouse and keyboard, because it's the first game I ever played on mouse and keyboard, I've always had to look down, like, oh, where's F? Oh, I need to pull out the track to be, where's 5? Like, third person, where's F4? Like, I gotta crouch, where's... Like, it's always, I'm always looking, but on the sticks, it's like, I know where everything is. I don't have to look. Which is pretty cool, I think. There's a lot of cool things, and then a lot of things I'm not used to yet. And there's also a lot of bugs, like my power is not working. Door open. Oh. Is the head tracking working? No, it's not working. I just set it up. Okay, I'm going up. It's not supposed to be looking up, but I needed to look up just for now. Landing gear is that button. Dude, as everything's new. I don't know. I don't know. I'm liking the thrust though. Whoa! It looks just like that. Okay. Tracking keeps... Oh, I gotta turn the light on, don't I? Track's better with the light on. Unfortunately, I'd have a light in my face. Why are my guns like that? Is there a reason my guns are like that? Like only 2 of them have bullets? Why? That's why my power is all messed up. It's good now. Oh, you know what I don't have? I do need to set up an F1. I don't know where that option is though. Like, where's... to like bring up, I don't know where it is, to bring up the Mobi-Glass. I have a button for it, I just haven't set it. I don't know where the option is though. Mobi-Glass. I don't know where they keep it. I'll have to go dig around in there. What was it again? Surprise party. Surprise. Let's see if I can do combat. I'm really, really bad with the sticks still, so I'm about to find out. Oh, and there is like... Alright. Let's see if I can do a mission. I have to jump to the planet. I got a long way to go. I gotta set up all the curves and like the sensitivities and all that stuff. I've done maybe like half the buttons. And then I gotta remember. There's too much to remember. OM something. I need to see an OM. Screw it, jump to Daymar instead of an OM. What? It's on the other side still? What are we doing? Some jump here. I do like the way I ended up doing my thrusts, because I can thrust control without setting limit, which is real nice. Movement looks completely different than mouse movement. Yeah, it's... Plus I'm like super rusty. Cause mouse is like super like snappy and twitchy, just cause a lot of it's like button pushing. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to do this mission. Oh, what was tab? Okay, that's tab. That's drop out. I gotta think before I do every single thing. It's rough. It's gonna be rough all day. Oh, I'm decoupled. Let's not do that in the asteroid field. First day on sticks. Let's not go decoupled. Go decoupled when I go low flying. Where I die every 5 minutes. Other side. Yeah. I'm gonna be like a new driver where I'm like flying really slow. Am I here? I'm here. Goodness. I should totally get, you know those new driver signs they put in the back window? I should totally get one of those. Put it under my put it under my my face cam. New driver here. Did I fly out of it? I think I flew out of it. I don't know, I can't see. Lights. What are lights? Lights are this button? Yeah, those are lights. Turn head tracking off for now because I'm still not used to it. One thing at a time. We there yet?
Looks like you're about to be
What's target? Oh, he's targeted automatically. Okay, good. Because I don't remember what I said target to. Oh, don't do that. This is not good. Oh, desync doesn't help. I like that I can do much smaller circles. Oh, he's still and I can't hit him. Maybe the game knows. It's like, oh, look at this poor bastard. He just got sticks. He doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah. I don't know why I'm blacking out. I'm forgetting about like up thrust and down thrust and stuff. Bad. It's real bad. flying circles around him. Got my back to him. And he's just sitting still. I need a challenge. Else I'm not gonna learn. I almost up thrust into a rock. He's just sitting there. That's not cool. I need you to fly around so I can try to fight you. With mouse, there's a lot of overcompensating. This looks more precise. It's it will be. Not. I still need to figure it out in my brain. You know what I mean? I think I map what makes sense. I don't know how other people set it up, but I think the up and down thrust is a little. I don't know if I like it like this. Because originally I was gonna do up and down. I was gonna do the left stick twist would be like a motorbike, basically, where to accelerate you pull it back, and then to decelerate you would push it forward. But now I set that to just like pushing the stick forward. I can accelerate, which I actually like a lot. It acts as a thrust stick, but a thrust stick if it was a sideways target like joystick. I don't know. I like this song. What's boost? Boost is this button. Okay. Yeah, I like that. The default boost was trigger, and I was like, I don't like that. Actually, it was kind of weird. But yeah, figuring it out, getting there. It's a process. There's like a bunch of buttons on the front. I have no idea what those do. How did that turn up? The song just turned up. Okay, let's do another mission. I gotta be careful, because I can't do a difficult mission. If I did a HRT right now, or even like an MRT, I'd probably fail. I gotta map how this works, so I don't have to use mouse and keyboard every time I want to open the contracts tab. I can't wait till everything's just like second nature, you know? It's like, I know what all the buttons are, just, I don't have to think about it. Right now I have to think so hard, it's like, okay, I need to jump. What button is that? Okay, it's that button. Okay, now what? It's, like, I'd like to zoom in so I could decipher between the targets better, but I don't know what zoom in is. It's right mouse click, but I don't know what that is. And then to jump, it's like trigger. I have two triggers on the left stick. The top trigger is nav mode, SCM mode, and then the main trigger is to jump. Just it feels good actually that way.
Yeah, we're okay. Right in the spot. Throw it in.
I need to be really careful with like big moves. Oh, whoops. Thought I already dropped out. Like everything's like, what's tag? I need a ping. What is it?
Just keep cool and don't lose your head. They'll be here soon.
It's a bit of a train wreck. I was thinking about like maybe I'll get a little like comfortable on the sticks before I live stream, and then it's like, when am I gonna do that? Because whenever I play this game, I'm live streaming. So it's like, well, everyone's just gonna have to struggle along with me. There'll be some learning opportunities though, because I'm definitely gonna be learning a lot. I bet a lot of people got all kinds of tricks, pointers. That button right there. That could be. Should I try head tracking this time? What is that? Looks like a blue C2. Oh. I'm glad it auto targets, because I gotta figure that one out still. I think. It's this one. Ow. I need to remember what decoys are. Okay, that's target. Oh, oh no. Oh. I almost hit whatever that was, then I almost hit that. I gotta tune the sensitivity too. Oh man, I thought my aim was bad on mouse and keyboard. Desync doesn't help, but it makes it more challenging to like get back on target. It's good for you. Desync is good for you, MK. This is embarrassing. That's
What's
real
up?
bad.
Stove. Gonna sit your bay.
Oh man, that desync is really bad. Where'd it go? The desync is really bad on this ship. The Talon. Like right when I start getting on target, he desyncs out.
Help me!
I don't feel like I killed him. My goodness. I don't know if it was the head tracking or if I would have felt worse that time than it did the first time. I'm gonna turn this off. Okay. Next mission. Actually, I should find out where's the Moby Glass keybinds and controls. I have no idea what it's going to be under. It's at the bottom somewhere. Quick keys, interactions, inner thought. What is personal? What did they call it? What is inner thought? Personal inner thought. What is that? How do I not know what that is? Moby Glass actions. Wait, what? Where's the mobiGlass stuff? I don't know what any of this is. Inner thought? What the hell is that? Force select wheel. We're not on an interaction item. I'm still like completely drawing a blank. I have no idea what inner thought is. It seems kind of like a very not intuitive thing to call it if I can't figure it out. Unless my brain's just fried right now. Like F on interaction items, like open door or loot. So like I want to open that box, so I'm gonna tap F. I don't know. I don't really understand it. Maybe I don't know. Yo, where is it? Where is it social? No, that's the chat. Like emote? I guess I understand, kind of. How do I turn on like F1, like mobiGlass? Where is that? Is it gonna be in? It's not gonna be in flight movement. I mean docking, target hailing, no. Vehicles targeting, no. Cockpit. Closed doors. Oops. There's a lot less in cockpit than I thought there would be. Operator mode, seats. Checked. Toggle. Missiles, guns. On foot controls. How do I get there? One foot all. Wait. That's not gonna be in here, right? No, on foot all. There it is. I'm not gonna play the game first person on the sticks. There's just obviously some things you want to do. You want to be able to do. You hold your breath in this game? I didn't know that. Oh, I guess it'll pop up, right? That's true. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff set for joystick. Yeah, nothing's set because this is for joystick, so. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna do this. Like you said, look for F1. There's F4, there's F1. mobiGlass toggle. Okay, wait, where was that? Dang it. I forgot. it again. Okay, by zoom, wipe helmet visor. How did I not see it? I just read that. Okay, photos. On foot. Wait, is it on foot? Never mind. What was it by? It's by like helmet, wipe, helmet visor. It should be toggle. Is it not here? Hold on. It should say Moby Glass toggle, but it doesn't. It said it like above. It was like right here. Like, am I going crazy? I don't see it. See, I went just to see where it is. I went to keyboard. I went to on foot all. Go down to F1. It's by Matt, wipe helmet. Oh, it's under wipe helmet. I was looking above it. I am going crazy. Where is this wipe helmet? Wipe helmet. It's not here. Yeah, it's not here. Why is it not here? It should be right here. It's not. How am I supposed to set it to my joysticks if it's not an option? This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not going crazy, right? Did I make another error? It's not there. It's there on mouse and keyboard. And then if I go to joystick HOTUS and we go into, is it gonna be like vehicle Moby Glass? Oh my goodness. No. Oh, yes. It's not a plus. It is. Just kidding, it isn't. There's nothing there. That's it though, right? That's how I would set it when I'm in a vehicle Moby Glass option. Does that disappear? No, it doesn't. What's going on here? Why can't I set? On mouse and keyboard, in the settings, it is right between zoom in and recall. But then when I switch to joystick HOTUS, it's not there. And then vehicle Moby Glass doesn't go nowhere. There's nothing in there. I want so badly to not have to reach forward to the F1 button to open that. And then I have a hat switch that is like free. Like it's not a button, it's like a, whatever. So I could like navigate the Moby glass with that. But I guess I can't, because I don't know what's going on here. That's busted. Is there anywhere else it could be? I can't think. That might be a Google thing. I'm gonna have to look up. It just kind of sucks having to like between missions. I don't know if it says it's easier like between missions to just like open next mission like then in like I don't know like having to do this. I'll do it. It's not the end of the world. Wait, did I get a mission? Oh, I did a mission. I need to do a few more of these missions before I. The small ships are good because they move a lot, so it makes it harder to aim. That's what I need. So I can't set a hotkey for my Moby glass on flight sticks. There's gotta be a way. It doesn't make sense. Here already. I would have spent some time in Arena Commander or something.
Got word they're on their way.
I just thought of something. Do you think it's possible to keybind in mouse and keyboard to keybind like F1? What if I go like this? Oh, it doesn't work. Alright. That's not gonna work. I try to set F1 just to the button on the stick. It doesn't work. I'm used to using yaw a lot. I feel like when I fly, and I haven't really been using it much. I use the yaw to like adjust my aim a lot.
All I can do. Nice. Thanks for sorting that out for us. Transferring new crates now.
This is a great challenge, fighting a razor. Don't fly in a straight line right when I say that. No, I gotta practice. I gotta practice straight. This is my only time. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Like I can fly around. Like I'm sure I could, go to a station and dock or stuff like that. I need to get like precise with my movements and stuff. I would like to map my stuff probably too, but I can't right now. I'm also kind of not trying, also. I'm trying to follow, then just like blast. I'm trying to stay on target. I'm not very good at it. So I gotta do it. I got it. I need to get better at keeping my crosshair on the lag pit. I'll be turning. Smaller circles. Sometimes I focus on one hand and then I kind of forget about the other hand. It's kind of like playing a piano, honestly. Don't stand still. You're supposed to be flying around, making it hard to hit. There we go. There he goes. I gotta try and incorporate like down thrust. Better, it's getting better. Move on to the next mission. Oh, desync.
Shields hit.
So bad at this. I had him and I dropped the ball. I need the practice, bro. I need serious practice. I want the feeling from last Starfighter when first sat in spaceship, realizing it's not just a video game. It's gonna be a long time till I get that feeling. I gotta get like super good and comfortable on the sticks, and I'm nowhere. Like here's the thing, I've been playing this game for almost 4 years now on mouse and keyboard, and to all of a sudden jump on sticks, it's not like I hate them for this. At least that song I know it's not copywritten. They always have to play other music without me asking for it. And when I go shuffle, it still shuffles other people's music into mine. Like, this is my playlist. And it shuffles in music into my playlist that's not in my playlist. It drives me crazy. Alright. So here's what's gonna happen now. I'm gonna keep doing these missions and struggling my face off. But while that happens, we're gonna listen to some tech stuff from Star Citizen here. They put this video out today. There's a lot of information in here. Kind of skipping through the intro, and I've sped it up a bit. I hope you guys don't mind. I usually watch stuff sped up to save time, because if something's like 2 hours long and I can watch it at like 1.25 speed, I'm only going to be watching it for an hour and a half, right? Save a half an hour is a long time to save when you're older. As a kid, it's like no time at all. Where was it? This was it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know if the volume is good. You guys let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. I hope they don't have ads.
So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that. It's how all little brothers sound, at least in our heads. At least in our heads. Just wanted y'all to I want to make sure everybody knows. I was making fun of one specific.
So they don't sound crazy.
That I showed you.
Like they're on meth.
Like that sometimes when I talk to John Crew.
Oops.
What about my shit? You know.
So let's talk about this year of playability and how it's gone so far. We said we'd check in six months later.
Oh, it's on 115. Okay, that's
We're
good.
roughly here. How's this year of playability gone? What have we done? What have we achieved? Where are we at in our process? Are we happy? You know, Benoit, you do the Benoit thing.
Whoops.
Well, I mean, I want to go a bit further out than just the beginning of the year, right? Because let's take same date last year.
Really?
So let's go full 1 year back.
They blur the video.
The state of the game 1 year in the past was still
They blur the video when I go
server,
into the game.
DGS, right? So we're talking about.
Okay, well, I guess we're just
100
listening.
players per game shard. One server simulating all of the universe, no seconds.
Why the hell would you blur
so only one star
the
system.
video
Server performance
when I leave
not good.
the window?
Frames.
Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky.
You're
right?
lucky. Like when you
That's
loaded it.
just stupid. Do I have to move it to the other
The
screen,
parameters
maybe?
for us to launch a patch was
Maybe.
basically 7-ish, which is horrible if you think about it. But and so
I
that was
can't
last
see
year, right? So we start
my,
from far, right?
We
And
were still in the clutches of 30K.
We were still in the
too.
clutches of 30K, correct? So we did have some level of server recovery, but a lot of issues related to it that could have
Okay.
side effects.
I
Some
put
of
it
those
on a
talk
different
about
window.
some of those.
I think it worked.
And so, you know, fast forward to now, like the assessment is a lot better, I think, in my mind, right? Like, obviously we've had the release of 4.0. Like, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. I'm not saying it's been just a straight line. Like, we've taken some dips and then you know, improved the stability and the quality of the game overall. But obviously we have the 4.0 release, which came with static server meshing, which was the element that we needed to free up server performance, right? So on average now, when we look at server perf, I mean, other than some egregious problems which we've identified, we get per territory stats now. So basically, we don't just get like server FPS is X, right? We're gonna know Stanton server FPS is X, or you know, Hurston server FPS is Y, and so we can compare depending on which territory what performance we're getting. And FPS is just one of those parameter, right? There's a lot more. But let's stick to FPS just because it's a simple mental model, right? Because it does have an effect on your gameplay. So nowadays, on average, server FPS is up 20 easily, right?
That's true.
Some zones, like let's say when we launched, I think Stormageddon, there were some issues affecting those zones that made
How's the
servers,
audio?
like,
Is it
dip
too
below that quite a
quiet?
bit, and so
Too
they
loud?
dragged the average down. But overall, the game server performance is way better. And I think having 600-700, we've pushed up to 800 players per shard, which is something we're pushing at right now. We'll talk about this if we talk about server meshing a bit more.
Rather you not.
And
Rather
so
you
we're
not
gonna
do
be pushing this really
800k,
hard,
800 person
moving
servers.
forward, but I think that if you look at compare last year to this year, in my mind, it's not the same game. Completely not the same game. Like now, if we look at even the stats from our players, like session
Audio's
length
good?
is up
Alright.
10x. It's not even comparable.
Yeah.
So that means people play for longer periods of time and they stay online. I think server recovery is a big help for that. Though the stability of the game server is also improved dramatically, and so
That's interesting.
This is all because of the
People are
efforts of the
playing
changes that
longer.
we've done, not only to the priority calls, like you just explained, right, which is taking, where we're going and trying to slowly shift it to change direction. Because a team like this of this size doesn't switch on a dime. It takes a long time for these changes to trickle in. But now that we've got kind of the big organizational changes in, that we're starting to see reap the rewards of it, which is I hope is showing in the game. Anyway, it's showing for me, so I'm seeing it. So it's so we'll compare 1 year back to now. I think it's night and day. There's still a long ways to go. I'm not saying we're happy with this. I'm just saying.
Yeah. There's folks in the chat specifically talking about, okay, well, let's go do path alarm, let's go do this, and you alluded to that there. You're talking about a macro sense throughout the entire persistent universe, every single aspect of the game. It's to call out specific, oh, well, this specific area is bad, this specific area is bad. That's not what we're talking about. We acknowledge that. Some of those areas that still need improvement. As we do this Russian nesting doll kind of conversation go down, we'll start drilling down into individual aspects later in the show. At its broadest though, overall, the things that would just prevent people from being able to log in, the things that would prevent people from being able to stay in,
That's happened to me once.
Larger scale issues that
3 weeks I
it
couldn't
doesn't
log
matter
into
if
the
you fix
game.
The other things, if you're constantly getting a 30k, if you're constantly getting kicked out, if you're constantly
But
getting
that was
back
last
in,
year.
It doesn't matter if we've improved Hathor performance. You can't get Hathor. Those bigger things, what we're talking about here, and those have seen some measurable, marked improvements. I mean, an improvement from 4 to 5 FPS to 20 FPS is huge. Nobody even talks about 30k stuff anymore. Server
true.
recovery is. I mean,
Unless you're in my comment section, then it's
we sat there.
30K
back when we
scam
thought about
citizen.
How do we make a trailer for server recovery and stuff? And then it's like we did it for 2 reasons. I'm going to talk a little bit here about why marketing pushes some things and then push some other things. One is there's no real interesting way to show it without you've all seen the server recovery screen. You're sitting there and doing that. But also I'm just going to be real. We're only 13 minutes into it. Let's get to a real moment of truth here right now. Over the course of the 11 years I've been here, we sometimes toot the horn like we've invented something that honestly should be standard. It should be standard. It's if we were doing things different, if we had different priorities at this point or whatever, that would have just been a thing we would have had before. So we couldn't have server mesh, we couldn't have server recovery before because we had to. It was part of the whole nesting architecture within meshing. So we had to build an infrastructure before we could have a recovery that would bring that stuff back. So the way that we chose to do things meant that some things couldn't come till later. I mean, there's people again. We'll talk a little bit about org stuff and stuff. We still don't have orgs in our games. So those are things that are foundational that you would find in day one of other MMOs, and we're here 10 years into the PU and we still don't have it. So
earn your credits.
I want to be real clear that when we talk about this and we celebrate our achievements, and I'm really proud of our achievements this year, the stuff that Ben Watson are real. This year is a night and day difference from last year. I think anybody being real candid and honest with themselves would admit that.
I agree with that.
I want to be candid and honest and be like, I also don't want to pretend like
I've talked about that a lot.
We invented the wheel and whatnot.
Like,
This was
people ask like
was
they've
the
done
change
nothing,
that
and it's
Chris
like
set out for us last year.
just go like year to
Hey,
year.
Let's slow down. Let's refocus.
And you
let's
see a
find
lot.
those things that we lost along the way and catch back up. Does that mean a slow down on new features? Yeah, it does, and it has all year, as we said it would in February. But just a little reality check for everybody. I want you to talk about how we did it, though. We're going to spend some time. We're going to talk about freight elevators and all that stuff right now. But up here at the top, though, how did we do this change? What were the organizational changes and the operational changes that we did that made this possible and that are going to continue for the foreseeable future?
Well, so there's a series of things. like company-wide that have had to change for this.
Oh,
to
I
happen.
didn't see him up there.
The first one, we talked a little bit about this in January, which is the idea of having hero cards or Joker cards, I call them, on specific issues, right? And so we've, and then it was funny because people were like, "Give the Joker card to this other bug," right? And it's like, yeah, that's basically what we do. But we've extended that concept a bit further, and I hate that we changed the name, but we did change the name, and then we call those hero squads now. So what we've done is that we've taken a subject, for example, transit, we've extensively talked about in January, and we've made a hero squad around it. So that means we've dedicated resources just to all the bugs related to one system, right? And we've changed the methodology. So the way that we used to deal with bugs in the past, it's basically engineers
Shot all around.
they put it in their task list. At some point, they emit the fix and they ship it in a patch. Now, as the patch release comes closer and closer, those bugs get verified and or need to be accelerated, and so it's always a bit of the fixes are valid, they're correct, but we don't have time to test them fully. We've had a lot of regressions, right? And so regression was becoming a problem because we were going too fast to try to solve some issues, and so some systems like transit are complicated enough that you can't just emit a fix.
I want to pause you there. What is regression?
Regression is when I say I fixed bug X and I've created bug Y. So it's basically when we're introducing new bugs or breaking other things because we try a fix. And so regression was a big problem on the project in general. That was in part because of the speed at which things were going, the code review process, things like this. So these hero squads, basically, we flipped a bit the relationship. So we decided that fixing issues, let's say I'm going to keep transit as my hero squad example because it's an easy one to reason, but we've put resources dedicated to it, and then we got the QA teams to basically derive the priorities within the squad. So instead of saying a production management is going to drive the priorities, we got the QA leads to do that. And so now these guys were completely driven by player data. And so when they look at issues, they're like, is this impacting players or is it a French issue, right? And they decided on the priority, and it turned out that priority accuracy was a lot better. And we asked those teams to be relentless into what they want to reach, and so classify the issues in order. And then the moment we get a green light from these guys, it's a celebration because they are hardcore.
I've seen a lot more Nathaniel Fisher this year than I ever seen.
The Nathaniel Fisher seal is a real thing, you know.
I want to inject. Runks76 says Benoit is wrong. Regression is when old issues exist.
Yes, that's also a definition that works, but we use the same word for both at CIG, but you're kind of correct. The proper definition is that's an old issue. But in this case, the thing is the issues are so close by, and typically it is resurfacing an original issue. That's actually one of the issues with those big systems is that bug reports are so similar, but are sometimes completely different circumstances.
Yeah, two things, three things, four things are all cause the same outcome.
Same symptom.
So hero squads, we got that embedded greenlight which we got done talking about. Letting QA sort of manage their priorities and greenlight things.
No, that one's a bit of a separate one. Right. So the hero squads is really about getting our QA team to drive the priority on a specific subject and drive down, right? One of the change in methodology for the devs on those team is like a bit of a change in approach. We in code review for these hero squads, we no longer just accept the fix based on code change. We ask the developer to explain what the problem is. Do you give a reason why this is happening? Second, propose a change, right? And then the leads can validate this change before we start even writing any code for it. And then we verify the change with you. And that's when we actually allow them to change to come into the stream at all. Right? So we do a lot more work before the work actually started, a lot more work before validation before it actually gets submitted. And so on those teams, like developers working on those hero push squads have a much more methodology to apply to solve them. So basically in the past the regression rate was too high. And so the big advantage of that setup is that those teams are faster to react because they're dedicated on one subject. And so if there is a regression, because they still happen, they're faster to pick it up. But then the fixes are slower to put in. But that still it's been very effective. So transit is one of our hero which to me has been kind of successful since the beginning of the year. Like I think the transit system, we're going to talk a bit more about it later. It's in much better shape. Embedded green light is when you just part is that they would submit and test later. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but it is what it is. It was what it was. And so at the beginning
No,
of the
you
year,
could
we
tell.
set to completely change this.
You
And so
could
we
tell.
added this
Submit
embedded
and
green
test
light.
later?
So
No,
what is an
I could
embedded?
tell.
So embeddeds are
I'm
QA
not
testers
laughing.
that are embedded in a dev team. So it's not, you know, everybody has a view of like there's a floor QA developer, QA people, and then they'll receive a build and they test the build and stuff like that, right? But there's another class of testers that are embedded in teams and they become specialists in what that team is doing, right? So, you know, if you have an embedded tester in the FPS weapon team, those people know all about FPS weapons, how to test them, what change effect what, and so they can judge what they have to test. So the embedded green light is we gave that team the power to red light any change before it's submitted. And so that's a big culture shift, because it used to be hot and fast, get it in, we'll test and fix later, right? If there's issues, and we trust devs. To we don't trust devs, we need to verify, we need to check it, right? And the whole point of this was to hit on
He said it.
regression or side effects.
We don't
Because
trust
our
devs.
rate of
Quote,
regression and side effects was
Benoit.
extremely high, right?
I'm just picturing the comments. Somebody can screenshot Benoit and say, Benoit by Zizur, 2025, we don't trust devs. Go ahead.
see,
Right there.
it's a meme already.
I mean, we've had embedded QA for years. This was about empowering them. You know,
This is
in
rich
order
when a
to
dev
be able to
says,
work against letting stuff
we don't trust the devs to do certain things.
Another new term I heard this year, hygiene initiatives. Now, when I heard this was coming up, I thought it was something else.
Hygiene?
You know, anybody that's worked in a game studio knows that, you know, every once in a while there's that desk you walk by and you're like, I thought I knew what this was about. It wasn't what I thought it was about.
Right.
What are hygiene initiatives?
So this is not about BO, if that's what you're referring to. But hygiene is a collection of initiatives related to cleaning up errors, logs.
Oh, I thought he was going to talk
in
about like
general,
using
just
showers in the game
information
and stuff.
that can signify errors or not. So if anybody's ever opened the console,
He's talking
and
about the
starts
back
it,
end.
you probably had, whoa, what the hell's going on, right? Because there's tons of messages going through, all kinds of stuff. Well, that's what hygiene is meant to clean up in a way, right?
That's my
now,
red
these
bet.
things will take us a long time to
I
clean
doubt it's
up,
moved.
algorithmically, but we do have the same problem of signal to noise ratio in other areas. So like
Oh, it has a little bit.
when environment artists are working in the editor, they get level warnings, right? Well, there's a ton of those warnings that are either irrelevant, asserts, warnings, right, and errors. And so the issue is, level artist is going to get some warning. It's like, can I do anything about this, right? Oh, there's 50,000 of them. Probably I don't have to worry about this, right? The reality is one of those is actually an issue, right? And so the hygiene initiatives is like a collection of things that we need to change in how we build the game to clean up these things so that the errors are meaningful. We have the same thing on the data core side. So for those who don't know, the game data, so all the records we use to configure, you know, components or all the game data, right, is stored in the database called data core, and there's a ton of errors in data core that are reported, schema violation, you know, things like that. That they're not fatal errors, but they're still there, and we allow them to be there, and that's just historical in the past. And so the hygiene initiative is a means for us to reach 0 errors in those areas so that we can then prevent them from even being submitted in the first place. So hygiene is basically pre-submit verification on things and concerted efforts to solve these things so that we can be in a clean house. It's like we want to clean the house, right, so that we can do better.
Somebody in the chat was saying, I missed it, but David said errors that should be warnings, warnings that should be infos.
Bad classifications of things. So we even have now systems put in place in the assert dialogues and that pop up so that you can report a bad error.
You can report a bad error.
Literally, now we get reports for bad errors so that devs can go in and fix the wording or change the severity or things like this.
And there was something we did so that certain teams, if the pop-up was directly related to them, they couldn't just dismiss it and continue with their work.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So I feel like an AI when I say that. You're absolutely right. But we changed the way the assert dialogues work. So asserts, for those who don't know, is like when I'm a programmer and I'm asserting in an area of the code that this value must be set to 1. That means that if the value comes in and it's not 1, then we'll have an error, right? That will show up. That's the assert error. And typically, you need to action asserts, right? And so, or something else is going to go wrong. And so historically, the assert dialog was just a global thing, and then we still have those get assigned to dev teams. So they are classified by code owners and by dev team, and so you can know if like it's an audio assert or if it's a programming assert or whatever, which is great. But we allowed people to ignore those, either completely or just skip them, right? And on the other hand, when you're actually testing the game or playing the game, you get these asserts, so you want to ignore them because you're doing something else. You're not in assert fixing mode. And so what we've changed the relationship towards assert inside the company so that now you can ignore errors for any other team but yours. So if you get an assert error, you need to fix it. That's it, right? There's just no, because the thing that we were seeing in the company was like basically teams going like, oh, when are these, I'm going to pick on audio, but sorry, Graham and team, I'm not picking on you guys, it's just random. But like, when are the other guys going to fix their asserts, right? When as you know, the reality is like we all have our own sensors to fix, and so we changed that relationship as well.
Yeah, it's again.
So they're basically streamlining
this mentality. So it's like I just
fixing,
need to do my work,
bug
and
fixing
telling me
to
there's
departments
errors
that,
in a certain- or some
like, the bug's
unrelated,
their
like,
problem.
What I'm working on doesn't have anything to do with that. Doesn't have anything to do with it. So you smash
A lot of the
it, you
time,
smash it,
people
it's
have to
just
wait
like
on other
slugging
people
all
to fix
companies
something before
because
they can
GRE
update
made
it
the
or
rules,
work on
GRE
it
made the
or
rules,
stuff like
everybody
that. So
now I just accept all of them. All you
streamlining
judges,
error
we get this
fixes
habit
is
and people-
very important
And this is one of those
to
things
keep
like,
things moving.
people, we're admitting this here, guys. You know, talking about where's open development. I'm like, well, we're sitting here saying that too many people got in the habit of clicking the button. What it's
We even found some. I'm not going to blame anybody, but we've got analytics inside the company, so we know who's putting asserts off, right? So we found some shit.
Aw, Paul Rendell, I miss you. I'm just kidding. That's certainly not fair.
Paul's a good guy.
No, he's a
Paul's
good
People were putting things off and they found
I
out.
didn't know he was here either. I ran into him today. He gave me a hug. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was on hugging terms with Paul Rendell. That's nice. All right, so we've talked hero push squads. We've talked embedded green light. We've talked these hygiene initiatives that all help the way in which we make the game and make the patch and make our content and stuff. We also started.
I have no noise or
okay, I'm going to
decoys.
keep this under
It's
organization
not
stuff.
good.
Tell me if I'm wrong. The stability score. Thanks. Talk to me about our internal stability scores and how we're determining them and how we're using them.
So stability score is. I don't think we've ever discussed this publicly.
No, I don't think so.
So we have this measure, which is an indication that we use, and the team that actually comes up with this would already tell you it's all like it's not science, but it does give us a pretty good idea. So we try to establish a stability score for every build, right? We actually auto-calculate it based on the data that we get.
Not patched. Every build.
Every build, yeah, every build. So like we send a build to BTU, or QA or staging environments or whatever, and we always have a stability score that's calculated over time. And so what the stability score is, without going, I don't want to go into the alchemy of it, but we're trying to figure out basically the stability of the environment. So if you're connected to a game server and you get disconnected, we're going to count that, right? Now the reason for your disconnection will be used as part of it. How long the build has been run is also part of the equation, and the concurrency of it is also part of it. And so with this black magic numbers, right, we basically get a score out of it. And the score is one thing. Now we've put labels on it. So we use the score internally as just a number. Like, oh, it's a 0.08 build, and then at some point I got a bit fed up with that. I'm like, what does that mean? And so the values for this are optimal, excellent, unstable, volatile, ripple, or critical.
He stopped right in front of me and
that's the
blew up.
range, right? So we go from optimal, which is great, stability score, to critically unstable, right? And all of the thing in between, right? And this is based on all the stats that we get, and we kind of auto-calculate it. Now we still have Jeffrey Peace, our internal alchemist, always playing around with these numbers or adjusting the score, telling us how bad we're doing it. But it is actually pretty accurate in terms of what the perceived stability will be from a player's perspective. And so if I compare, what was September 11th last year? Was it like 323 or maybe 4 at that point, right? 323 or 4, I forget which one. I would say the stability score for 323X was probably in the kind of unstable range, right?
Okay.
That would be a normal range for the 3.2X, this kind of thing, right? So the stability score, server score for 4.30, for example, is between optimal and excellent. And so that means the rate of server crashes and disconnections overall is really good. Now this score is not just server crashes, right? It's also client crashes or client disconnection, right? So if everybody gets disconnected because one of our cloud routers dies, then the stability score of the build will be terrible, even though the servers are up and they're running fine, right? So it kind of encompasses everything. We're trying to get one number for all of it.
What was the stability score for 318?
That was critically unstable. Yeah, I mean it's funny because actually the server, if you just check the server score for massive backend problem at the time. So yeah, let's not talk about that. We're past that now. But
The two things we don't talk about: that damn holiday live stream and Alpha 318.
That's right.
At least Alpha 318.
318 was bad.
At least that had to happen in order. To
No one
get
could get a
everything
ship
that came after it.
if
There
you
was
could get on the
nothing about
game.
The holiday live stream that didn't happen. So,
You don't want the makeup? Let's go back with the makeup. Okay. So yeah, so that's the stability score, right? So that's an interesting measure, and I mean that proves that we've kind of really improved the crash rate on game server. So the server errors that you get. Now we need to do more on the stability score because with static server meshing, even the stability score is sometimes skewed. We have run into area local crashes that would crash loop a server, right, nonstop. And so that really contributes badly to the overall score of the build, but that's because it's one area. So, you know, we're discussing how we can do more territory-based scoring as well, so that we can get a better idea. So basically, what I'm saying is we can't get an actual just single number for all of the stability stuff. There's always some factors that, you know, we've had AMD drivers or NVIDIA drivers issues that affect stability scores in some builds. So
how do we use that to determine whether a build goes live? Like, is there this? It's. I see these. I see an aspect. Let's just pull the curtain way back. Why not?
Yeah.
I see the question. Is it worse than what's on live now? I see this question come up a lot in internal conversations. When, let's just be real. If we tried to wait for everything to always be optimal, we release very few things.
Correct. That's the nature of shipping a game that's in development.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and try to hide or pretend otherwise. But so we know that not everything is going to be optimal. But where do we draw that line? How do we draw that line? And is it more than just, is it worse than what's currently on live?
No, we always try to shoot for better than live, right? When we can. But there's a lot of things that we look at to be able to ship a patch, right? Now, obviously, for this year, it was a very big change for the development teams because moving to a 4-week cycle means that we are always shipping. Like, you know how we have a ship date, right, that we give ourselves and a schedule, and then we've got our gate reviews and everything is like chained up to get there. Well, the closer you get to this date, right, when you get from the player's perspective, when you guys see like daily PTUs go, and it's always update, that's because we're getting close to the release, right? And so we're trying to get to the date and we're trying to validate all the things we need to validate as fast as possible. The focus is really on shipping, so even minor issues become top priority, right? And so it's been really difficult for the teams this year to keep up with this because we finished a patch like, yay, okay, we're late for the gate review, like literally, you know, it's going like this. And obviously we balance this across multiple teams, but there are teams that unfortunately are, you know, they're on everything, and so they're always on it.
Yeah, I think it gets lost sometimes. Of the many things we changed this year, we've shipped 8 or 9 patches this year. But we've shipped at least 8 patches this year. And in years past, you know, from the 3.0 era on, it was 4. 3 years. You know, like 1 or 2 years we only did 3. You know, now we've done 8 this year. The velocity change has been tremendous. Tremendous. And it's helped, if I may, it's helped expose aspects of this. When I say this, I mean making all of this. It's helped expose aspects of this that we're pretty good at, and it's helped expose aspects of this that we still struggle with, still need to improve. And just what you were saying, just really hit home with that. We're in the process now of discussing adjusting the patch hands for 2026. It's way too early to give any details on that. Nothing's decided. But yes, this has been a pretty relentless pace, and there's a patch coming out in September, there'll be a patch coming out in October, there'll be a patch coming out in November, and there'll be a patch coming out in December. So it's certainly a year unlike any other.
Now, one of the things we didn't discuss about for this, in order to reach the stability, is there's also internal stability, right, that comes into play with this.
I'm not
Well, so this one is a bit more subjective because we don't specifically have a score. But if I go back to last year, the way we would develop the game, and I don't want to go too deep in the discussion about source control and streams and all that stuff because that's just a rabbit hole. But in general, when we work, we have a mainstream where we work in. Right? In the past, this was a melting pot of everything. So core technology, editor, toolings, audio teams, content teams, gameplay teams, art, everything, right, in one stream, right? And faster because you're building things, you're improving the tools as you're improving the gameplay, as you're improving everything. But the reality is, we also have major stability issues, which is, imagine that you're an environment artist, you show up at work, you make your little coffee, you pull the morning build, you're like, all right, I'm ready to work on my ASD mission today. It's gonna be super cool. Editor crash, right? Now, oh yeah, the team's already on it, we're fixing it, but you just left. And so we had major issues with this, right? And so when we started the year last year, when we did the show, just after the show, I think we went and finished this new branching strategy, where all of the patches this year come out of the same stream that we call this patch. And this patch receives almost no technology update.
Yep.
It's basically us saying we can do this content with no new engine, no editor update, no tooling update, nothing. Right now, it's not to say we're not touching the engine. We've fixed bugs, we've improved stability, but we bring these things, embedded green light, full verification, tooling check before they go in. And so it's really about moving all these checks beforehand so that we don't stabilize the content teams who are under the gun all the time to produce the stuff that they have to, and we don't want to slow them down. So that's another reason for why the stability is better. It's because we're also not introducing massive breaking changes in the engine that we didn't need to debug and patch to. So that's a big help on stability at the cost of features, right? That was the whole point of the year so far.
And now we're changing some of that with tech preview. I want to hit one more thing at tech preview and stuff. Features are going to be in Anthrogen appearing again. I won't say what but before I get to tech preview, because that was a really good transition into tech preview, but I wanted to touch on one more thing. You mentioned the rise in session length.
Yep.
So this is one of those metrics that we've talked a lot about. We're 40 minutes in. We've mentioned a lot of things that have probably never been said on a single development show before, or podcast, whatever the heck you want to call this. We don't have to talk about session length. The amount of people who are logged in. You hear about concurrency. Steam has concurrency numbers and stuff, but session length is a super important metric for stability and for enjoyment of the product and stuff. Just talk to me about session length, how it's determined, other than just, hey, that's all the person's in there, why it's important, and what's happened to that over the last 9 months.
Well, so, let's say the session length is calculated by you joining a game server.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Spicy SCO7 says 40 minutes in, said virtually nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped the whole show.
Sure.
Stopped the whole show. Continue, Benoit.
I was saying the session length is calculated when you connect a game shard, right? So sitting on the main menu, it doesn't count, right? It's really when you're actually actively connected to a game server, and obviously it ends when you disconnect. So that sounds like a simple metric, and it kind of is, but it's very important because it gives you an idea of, like, you can have very high concurrency and a very short session length, and that means that's a terrible patch. It means people are going in, let's talk about the patch we should not talk about, when you would get in game, if you could get in game, and then can't get out of bed out at 4, end of session. Super high concurrency but very low session length. And so the session length is a bit of an indicator of the quality of the game, but also of the desire of the player to keep playing the game. And so the longer the session length, it typically means that, hey, the content's being engaged with, players are playing the game, blah blah blah. Now, I'm sure some people go out in deep space and they mine, and that's it, and they can mine 4 hours and they pull the average up. Other players, go PvP for a couple minutes, and then they exit, and then they drive the average down. But overall, the session length is like it's always a metric that we look at as a secondary metric to look at the quality of this. And so the session length has more than doubled since the 3.x era of the game, easily, right? And obviously, in the case of server recovery, your session continues, and so that helps, quite a bit, because before it would cut the session in half. So there's other factors that contribute to it, but that's why it's an important one.
Okay. So
there's a lot more people playing Star
Citizen.
Citizen.
So
Twice
we
as many
tech
people.
Preview when we launched 4.0. Technically, 4.0 didn't launch until end of January.
No wonder they made $120 million last year.
And we made these statements that we were going to use tech preview in order to bring these new things in and maintain the stability of live. It took 8 months correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we did a tech preview between January.
No, stop.
And late August, early September, and now we're using them for the Vulkan stuff and the graphic stuff. Talk to me about.
Jumped to the wrong place.
Talk to me about tech preview, why we're doing it, how it's working, and let's just start there. I'll follow up when you're done.
So, I mean, let's start with we didn't have tech previews in, let's say, April of last year, right? We started this idea of having tech previews last year, right? So it's a new kind of tool that we have. And obviously we use tech previews in the server meshing lead up, right? To validate key assumptions, to actually isolate the testing. If you remember when we did the major technical previews on the 3x branch for server meshing, it was taking the actual previous build with server meshing technology. So uninfluenced by new code, uninfluenced by the current patch, something we know is kind of in a stable range that we can use to test the technology alone, right? It's also a way to de-risk, just again, bringing that in the stream and then going Cortez maneuver. Now we're stuck with it, we're moving forward, but and so the tech preview has been invaluable for that. And especially for the server meshing project, that's been a super important tool because we just don't have always the ability to replicate what players are going to do. And to be honest, even with bots and virtual, players and whatever, is never the same than, 4,000 players filling ships with hot dogs.
And right now we're using it for graphic stuff. How's that going?
Yeah, so this tech preview that we're bringing in is more than that, actually, like behind the scenes, right? This is literally, I told you about SC Patch, so all the patches this year have been coming from SC Patch. The tech preview contains all changes that we've brought to our mainstream. This is where the engine development happens. This is also where we bring back some technology from Squadron 42 back into Star Citizen. And we are moving all of this together up to SC Patch. So this will now become, when we're happy with all the testing that we got through on this, and it checks all the green lights, this will become the new baseline from which we build patches. And so right now, this includes, about 8 to 9 months of graphics changes, right, which have not seen the public yet. And so a lot of Vulkan changes, obviously, to the great pleasure of our great Ali Brown, who, really wants us to finalize this merge so that we can bring us into players. And there's some great stuff in there. So a lot of Vulkan optimization, Vulkan changes, but also, in a way for us to test all of these changes that we've been doing to the core engine rendering outside of the lab, because we have a graphics lab internally that we test on, but it is never anything like shipping it to players and having all the different kinds of hardwares and configs and settings and driver versions that we need. And so the majority of the stuff in this tech preview is player facing, but there's a ton of back-end tooling that comes with that. A major update to the editor with some new material edition systems and light group systems that are in dire need of coming in, and a major upgrade to our scripting system that power missions, which the mission teams are Elliot and his team are like, when is it going to be done?
Yeah, no.
Yes.
That's. I'm glad you brought that up because I'd actually forgotten that underneath that, it looks like it's just for the graphics and everything. But yes, no, the mission, we call it Mission 2.0. We call it a couple different things internally, but they are chomping at the. You already said that. I'm reusing the same. Sorry, I saw a comment from Salty and Mike that said, "Talk about session girth," and I laughed and wasn't listening to anything you were saying for like 30 seconds. Because it's a good joke.
It's a good joke.
It was a good joke.
Now, to be clear on the mission tooling there, right? This is part of Mission 2.0. It's a prerequisite, but it's not the Mission 2.0 system. That's a much larger endeavor that we're still on. But this time is tooling, right? So if some players are tech savvy here, it's basically a visual scripting system that we're upgrading massively, which was, I think we've demoed this years ago at this point, but it was called the Subsumption at the time, and it's now called StarScript. And so the StarScript system is basically taking the tooling that the teams are using now and making it much more reliable, robust, syntax checking, error checking, validation, other layout, stuff like that the teams really need to build more quality missions.
I'm sorry, that was great. You took a new feature set, you took the base word for it and added star in front of it, and called it that?
No, we renamed Subsumption, which was the original name, and then star in front of it. That's right. Hey, we have a theme, all right? We're going with it. I'm rolling with it.
As long as you're willing to get called out by me every time you do it. All right. This tech preview is obviously important. It'll be in tech preview for as long as it needs to be in order to shore up and then be integrated and become the new base from which we create our patches on. What is the next tech preview? Go ahead, say.
Well, so what's behind this, right? This enables us to bring in. I'm gonna go back to streaming just to build the excitement. No, I'm joking. So off of our main technology stream is another feature that's been built there that needs all of this to work, and that's the engineering gameplay tech preview. That's right behind it. So the moment we can bring in the base,
They're gonna bring that
changes,
out
then
in
we'll be able
CitizenCon.
to run the next testing on engineering gameplay straight off of that patch. So the answer is super interesting.
Yeah, so I want to be real clear with that. This is the next set of tech previews. This is. I want to go ahead and say, and I'm going to go ahead and say it so that if people get angry at me now. Right now we're using tech preview to test Vulkan and these and all these graphical stuff and all these mission changes and everything underneath. And so when this is done, you get fully integrated, go to live and whatnot. The next thing is engineering. We desperately want this tech preview with engineering out before the end of the year. Now this is the middle of September. It's still October, November, December. That's still a lot of time. It's not any time when anybody would say soon. And that's no guarantee that we're even going to hit it. We've all been here. Somebody was joking, hey, drink it next time Jared says how long he's been here. Well, we've all been here. Lots of us. I've recognized some of these names for the whole time I've been here. We've all been here long enough to know that me saying it's our intention to get this before the end of the year is not the same as saying it will come before the end of the year. Just being honest with you. But it is everybody's desperate intention to get this thing into tech preview at the end of the year. We want it. We need it. We're tired. We did 5-6 stories, and I did like 2 or 3 CitizenCon. It's time. 300, kick that mother out under tech preview, please. So we're trying, but I just want to make sure that everybody's super clear on what that means.
Hey, but well, on this, I got a little segue for you.
All right.
So there's one thing that kind of proves the improvements right on the live service is that there's a lot less players on PTU. There's a lot less players on tech previews than before, which is a good thing, right? That means players want to play the real game, and I'm really happy about that. But it does mean if you want to help, join those tech previews. The more people we get, even if it's for a short period of time, it's really helpful because we get a more larger set of people that can try it out, and that gives us more data.
Yeah, I want to talk about something. I got to show you sparked something that's actually a bugaboo for me, and I got a platform in mind. So we did this change. We did this change this year. We went to what will be 10 or 11 patches throughout the entire year. This almost monthly cadence of live stuff. So you've got the live stuff, a new live thing going every month. You're like, let's put something new in the game. We've had a thing new every month. We've had a PTU every month that runs alongside it. Now we've got tech preview. This pace that we're at this year has forced us to split our audience and stuff like this. It's like, well, do you want to be playing the live game, or would you rather be playing the PTU version, or now with tech preview, would you rather be playing tech preview? And the reality is, we need everybody everywhere. The live version is the version of the game that we're making. That's the version we want. We want everybody to experience it. We also need them for testing, so we want them to be in PTU. We also need them for the specialized testing, so we want them to be in tech preview. It seems, and this is one of the reasons why I talked earlier that we're reevaluating the 2026 release schedule for this reason. We've created a situation where we want our players in too many places at once. If I'm allowed to speak honestly, I'll find out when I check the news messages afterwards. Well, it's a thing that needs addressing. So it's hard. It's hard.
Look how on fire that Terrapin is.
Short of altering the schedule, which we're talking about. What more can we do to encourage people to participate?
That should be a skin
in tech preview, other than us sitting here on the show and begging.
Ghost Rider skin.
Yeah, we've got some ideas. To be honest, like we're toying with a few ideas, like incentivization programs or things like that. But this is slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. And I kind of like the kind of volunteer approach for this.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like we do have an issue where, we're testing this, and we have the next patch is already cooking, and so it's like it's always rolling. I mean, at the same time, it's a testament to our ops team that I want to salute one more time, because these guys are always on the clock. There's always a build going on, so these guys are kicking ass. But
it's hard because we certainly don't want everybody playing nothing but PTU. The second a patch goes out there, the next week there's another PTU and stuff. It's like, only play the worst, most broken version of Star Citizen, but we need your help testing it. But it's this weird.
I've never.
I don't know that we have a real great answer for, other than adjusting the schedule, which we're looking at.
I think I've never played a PTU.
Next year. And then it gets exasperated when we do timed events like.
I'm not here to be a unpaid
okay,
tester
well, if you
for
want
the
these
game.
rewards that are only available during this period of time, then
Sorry.
you have to be in live in order to get them. But then it's like, well, we got a PTU over here. Wouldn't you like to be in a PTU over here? It's like, well,
No.
I want to get the rewards. They're over there. And, we
Yeah.
extended Race for Stanton, and that helped with that a little bit.
Do you want more people in
just
the PTU? Carry
there's
over
no-
the
there's no obvious
like
answer to this.
persistent progression. Done.
just-
Everyone's playing the
I'm
PTU.
pontificating on one of the interesting challenges
It's
of
not
power
rocket
development
science.
that exists that I don't think anybody really ever talks about publicly. And today we decided we were going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So,
Still, we're doing it live.
we're doing it live. It's one of those things we're still going to figure out.
Hell yeah.
Bionix had a question. Hey, Bionix, talk about one of those people that's been here as long as I have. It was a while back. I saved it, Bio. Why not have a set time for the servers to, in the back end, to just reset every day? Why not just flip the switch every day, turn it off and turn it on again every day?
Well, then
Well,
there's
so
no
wait,
persistence.
Wait, that's one thing I forgot to put on the list of things we've changed this year. Right?
That's a
which is that
stupid
we
question.
Take maintenance windows. We used to never do that.
No, many maintenance
now, why
windows.
Not do this every day, right? The issue that you get is that it's not just resetting the server. So, rebooting the servers, reloading the game shard from persistence and continuing, you're gonna get right back in the same situation. So let's imagine. We're going to talk about cleanup and density a bit later, but let's go back to the 3.x days, where we persist all the data in the shard, and we have deep intersections. So a ship entered another ship, it's an intersection, it's costing on the server. The server FPS is now shit, super low physics threads, using all the resources. And then you're like, okay, cool, let's do a daily reset, right? It's going to fix that, right? So you go through it, you reboot it. Cool. Now, server reloads from persistence, and those ships are still intersected. And so you're right back where you were. So if you would look at the graphs, you see FPS super low, 0 during the reset. 30,
That's a rough problem.
It's 5, instantly. And so, what we've done in the past for this is now we have way more systems to deal with like this to reclaim performance, right, for these cases. So first of all, we detect them, but also we do emit fresh shards periodically, so we kind of decide when it happens. But when we do massive maintenances, weekly maintenances, we don't take every week, but we do it when we have to make configuration changes or things like that. We'll take a downtime, and we're probably going to emit new shards or run the repair on some of those shards, and then that will help. So we kind of do that. We just don't do it systematically because the reality is that's not completely how it works for the backend persistence side of this. And it's not something that we can solve easily because the conditions are too great. You need the chart to be live to solve these things and to be able to do it.
What about a traditional, like, every Tuesday scheduled maintenance period? Like every Tuesday at 4 a.m. Eastern time, whatever. Things go down for 2 hours and come back.
We're going towards that now, like where we basically right now you can almost consider that every Tuesday, we try to do a maintenance. Typically early in the morning UK time is a good time in general, just because that's where the least players are playing typically. But that said, we don't take it every week because we don't always have to do it, and so sometimes it's not very necessary. But I'm an advocate to always take it, so that sometimes we use it to accelerate hotfixes. So, in case you haven't noticed, we do hotfixes all the time, right? So we have this new deployment systems now, and we're able to roll hotfixes way faster. But when we roll a game server hotfix, it's going to take time to, what's the word that Ahmed uses? Percolate. It's going to take a while before it percolates, right?
Percolate.
Yeah, and so sometimes you can have a game shard that has 10 servers, 2 of them have the hotfix, the others don't have it. So depending on where you're at in the shard, you have the fix or not, and it takes a while before all the game servers actually run into it. Now, obviously, if it's an unstable build, it's going to be much faster because then server crash, back new instance with a new build. But these maintenance windows give us the opportunity to also synchronize that with a client hotfix when it's necessary, and so we can take everything down, patch the client, patch all the game servers in one go, emit fresh shards if we have to, and then start again. And so that's why typically there's big changes that can come about in maintenances, and we want to use them more. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, we've completed our first hour, and
that was part one.
That was part one.
Dude, that was
part one organizational change.
1 of 3
Let's take
hours.
an interlude here. I'll ask you just a side question here. Let you get a drink or whatnot. With our last patch, what was the last patch? The August patch. 4.3. There was a big curiosity with the wolf on PTU right before we crossed the finish line.
You know, bring up
released
the
that,
fin?
we discovered something that didn't show up in any testing and whatnot. Walk me through what happened with the wolf.
It's a beautiful one. That was fun. So yeah, like you mentioned, we're walking up to 4.3. We're at the point where pretty much everything has been validated and tested. There's something with the wolf that we're gonna try to do more in the future, is that we try to respect what we call the art of surprise. Is that typically beforehand we used to put everything in the patch, go go go. Now for certain things we want to try to respect some level of surprise. We find that it's cooler for you guys when you discover things when it goes live and not necessarily on PTUs as before, right? And so we're trying
to shows every week.
Or it shows every week, exactly, right? So and so the wolf is part of that. And so the wolf was going on PTU for validation because it was part of 4.3 release at the very last minute, right? So like I think 24 hours before, just to make sure everything's fine. Well, it turns out everything was not fine, and so
yeah, it had a fin.
We look at the reports. There was one crash that we had to solve, which was solved rapidly. But then we looked at some very curious reports, and so players would basically report.
You need to go get food and water.
Exactly, but
I go do that.
Something like I landed.
Get
with
a
my
constellation,
wolf,
see if I can fly that.
Walking around. Then my friend took my wolf and flew away, and then the world despawned around me. Okay? So initially it sounds like a fluke report, but then a bunch of people reproduced it, and it was like, I have this, I have this, I have this, and so like, what is going on? And so typically then that's where our player relations team goes like, something's fishy on here. So we start to look into it, and so we assembled a quick crew to check this out. And now this is kind of skeleton crew, because we're moving to release. To typically it's very late here in the I'm in the UK right now, so it's very late here in the UK. US teams, it's night for them, so just get this crew on together, start looking at this issue. And so basically the issue that we're seeing is that sometimes, now when a bug starts with sometimes, it's going to be a fun one. So sometimes when you exit the wolf, you desync between the client and the server. And what actually happened is, if you looked at so we have this tool we call the server renderer, which allows us to basically view what the server sees, right? And so think of it like a side camera that we have when we have access to the game server, and then our game client, and you can see what the server sees. And so you'd see my character get out of the wolf, with that super nice animation, exit, and jumps at the end.
Yeah.
Jumps off the ship. Wow, it's like super cool. And then I'm walking around on my client, everything's fine. Game server, I'm literally in EVA animation floating over the planet. And the thing is, I can't exit this condition, right? No matter what I'll do on my client now, the server will always see me attached to the ship in EVA anim. So we're like, okay, what's going on, right? Now we start looking at this. So at this point, John Crew and I are, losing our minds trying to get a proper reproduction. But then we realize, we put new animations for this ship. So the Wolf was one of the new ships that have enter-exit animations, or that are brand new, like just captured, import in the game, all that stuff. We don't do this all the time. And putting animations in the game is not just put the anim in. It's like it's timing. There's events to link them. There's linking them to the actor system, how they get triggered. Inserting them into ship pipeline, stuff like that. And so we start debugging this. First step was, they probably forgot to put some of the seat events on it. So we do a first patch, we try it out. Now the QA guys come back like, no, it still happens. So like, okay, I think if the timing is wrong on these events, let's change that. No. And I think we went through like 7 or 8 iterations of fixes to try to figure out what was actually happening about that exact animation and why the ship system was disconnecting it. We went into full debugging on the actor, so the actor is your character and all the states it can go through. And we could just see the two differ, right? But it made no sense. Why is one working and the other working? So at this point, we're kind of running out of ideas. And so that's when I used a button. I called the Bug Smasher himself, Mark Aben, on the show. And so Mark came in and was as flabbergasted as we were about what the hell is causing this. And then so we went into a bit more debugging sessions. At this point, we're deep engine side physics and collisions to try to figure out what's going on. And then in the end, Mark just goes within, in the typical Bug Smasher fashion, just goes into what about gravity? And so we take a look at how the ships have physics grids. These grids have sizes and mesh sizes, and the animations is based on the geometry. And there was no gravity in the ship, 0, 0, 0. Right? And so basically it was a combination of the physics grid, the fact that the actor on the server runs at a lesser resolution. So, your client, when you're in game, is at full resolution. The server doesn't run at full resolution when he's simulating your character. And so combination of this, would make the server would actually reach the EVA state. So now you're floating in EVA, right? But with no gravity and no other movement, it will never solve itself. And he's also overlapping over the grid, which is too big. And so that was a bit of a combination of like blunders, from geometry to wrong physics grid to out of no gravity, and it made the bug also not 100%. It wasn't like I exit the ship and it happens. It would need to happen like over. It took about 10 to 15 times you would get it one time, and so
Someone
so
left
we fixed the bug.
Scorpius.
We get this in there. Internal QA validates it, and then to be able to properly validate it, as you know, we need players, and so that's where we mobilized you guys on PTU to come and try this out. And this was one of the best moments I've had testing in this game, where roughly 100 people showed up with wolves at Boondoggle on Hurston, and then 200 people are entering and exiting the wolf, right, to see if they get detached from the animation. It was a fantastic moment, and so yeah, that was a fun one to troubleshoot.
And that was your free audio only episode of Bug Smashers. There's a nice little interlude there. I want to shout out Dennis Daniel, who's in chat right now.
That was actually
Hi,
kind of a
Dennis.
cool story of how they figured out
My
a
man.
bug.
All right,
I bet there's a lot of
one,
stories like that for all
here,
kinds of
playability,
stuff.
Our little Bug Smashers interlude. Folks watching, we've got another hour or two left, so we're gonna be here for a bit. In case you're like, why would they talk about that? Whatever. We're getting there. We're getting there. Part 2, server meshing. Server meshing, past, present, future, static, dynamic, 3D. Benoit, I'm just gonna go get a Coke and a Cinnabon. I'll be back. No. Talk to me about server meshing, man.
Well, so obviously we launched server meshing end of last year, and we've been running a server mesh environment for now 7 months, 8 months, right? 9 months. We're not month 9 already. And so that's the static server mesh, and so that means we have territories. Just a quick recap for everybody. And so that means that we have a configuration for these territories, and we can pick different top-level object containers from the tree of the universe, and then we basically distribute them on different, resource servers. So at the moment, we run
FPS
a
here
10
is so
game server
bad.
per shard setup, and so that means that we basically distribute the key areas, on these 10 game
Mouse
servers,
something on?
and that's how when you
Why is it
transition from
so
one zone to another,
bad?
it's seamless, but you're moving one server to the other. So we've been kind of taking the year to get used to being a server mesh environment, and so that means we've discovered a bunch of gameplay bugs related to this. I think we talked about some of those in January, but that have been solved. But for example, the quantum drive systems, didn't properly handle the transition. Sometimes we'd lose power in transition, and then that would cause the thing to reset, pull you out of quantum, things like that. That's one example, but there's a series of other issues that were related to that. But more importantly, we've been also learning about how to properly distribute the load of the simulation. So now we have this tool, we have this map. It's not the end of it right now. Every patch this year,
Sometimes my
we've
mouse
changed
stops-
configuration. I don't think we've
stops
had a single
moving.
static configuration since the beginning of the year. Every patch has been different, and so obviously we've tried to make sure that we dedicate resources to where there's an event, right? So if it's a SD
What
location
is
or
going
Hathor
on with my
locations or Stormageddon
mouse?
locations, we've kind of reconfigured the mesh at each release to basically guarantee some server power at each places, because we know that people congregate in these areas. We've also learned a couple of things, like because the teams that make content don't necessarily always talk to the team that make the tech, right? And so so the where you put those locations or how many there are is important, right? And so that we kind of learned that through the Hathor moments where like they were a bit too close and we couldn't distribute them
I have
properly,
no idea.
because of other
Nothing's
limitations,
working.
which I'll get into in a bit. But
Like I hit F.
and so we've changed that config every
nothing's
time.
working.
And so it's been really a good learning experience for the team.
Like,
We've also solved
it's-
a bunch of issues in the
all
static
on.
mesh, related to performance. And so we've talked about this before, but the hybrid. We talked about
I just
civilian
ran
game
here,
servers, right,
and now I
earlier,
can't
but
run
the
anymore.
hybrid is at the center of this. This is the networking component that
I
you're
didn't-
connected to
I
when
didn't
you're
do
playing the game.
anything.
He's doing the replication, he's doing the binding, and all that stuff, right? And for this guy, the stability score is 0. Meaning, if there's one crash, we don't ship the patch, right? That's it,
Like
right?
what?
That thing needs to run perfectly at all times.
Yeah.
And
Okay, that was a
the
game bug.
Kind of quality
That was not a me bug.
the metrics that we expect from the hybrid are very, very intense. Like
I walked up to these drinks
the
and
speed at which they transfer packets,
keyboard
or
and mouse
accumulate
just
packets
stopped
and transfer it, and
responding.
between areas and elements has to be very, very, very fast at all times, or else you get rubber banding, you get desync, things like that. And so there's been a lot of performance
But
improvements
it was
behind the scene,
responding.
especially I think just before Stormageddon, or is
I
it
have no
after? At this point, it's a
USB
bit
hubs.
before. But
I have the
know that we
perfect
found
amount of
a couple
USB
key optimizations that have really
plugins
helped
for
the hybrid
everything.
maintain stability across
I got
some
a
of
lot
the big
of
binds
stuff.
that we were seeing. Again, binding is this process that when your client
I use all
needs
9
to bind to
USB
an area,
plugs.
it means he's receiving updates for an area.
Sure.
This whole binding process is a bit costly on the hybrid, especially when there's big areas being bound. And so optimizations have gone into that, and that has helped desync quite a
Just
bit.
gonna buy a
we're
bunch
still,
of these.
there's always room there to improve for improvement, and the team are still actively working on this. That's never going to be the end of it. But it's much improved since the release of 4.0. Like I hope the rubber banding is getting a lot better every patch. Like we're hoping to, always cut some
Not in this
some
server.
of those big bottlenecks across as we go.
I haven't been
Okay.
complaining about
So
it as
that's
much because
static
it's
server mesh. We also learned a
it's
couple
making it
things
harder
on
to
how
kill the targets, and that's
distribute
kind of
those
what I
locations.
need
So
right now.
The cost of a location, right, and the amount of players is not necessarily the same weight. Funny enough, a lot of players in the same place. Let's say you have an empty room, right, with nothing in it, and I can pack 300 players there. No problem. Server's good, right? No problem. If I add AI in there, we start getting into issues, right? If I add ships in there, bigger issues. So if you want the cost of the location and the multiplied, not necessarily multiplied, but factored in by the number of players there is what kind of is the cost of an area.
Yep.
And how we should distribute we should distribute the computing power that we pay for to run the game. And so we've been learning a lot about this in all these experiments we've been doing, and that's informing dynamic server meshing, right? Meaning what the algorithm needs to be in order to properly distribute the load of the simulation to the different components
I have
in
a
the
bowl.
game that can do the replication.
This weird equation. This is in all the factors of. All right. Obviously, how many
What
players?
are people
are there?
drop on the
Sure.
floor here?
What is the resource footprint of the location
Metals.
itself?
Right.
Obviously, how many ships are present? Because
I'll take 'em.
It's not all ships are.
I know they're
created
not,
equal. Our process of making ships have changed.
good
over the years.
quality.
Some ships are more efficient than others. So it's okay. What's the
take
resource footprint of the ships in the area? What's the resource footprint of the location itself? What's the resource footprint of the people in the area? And then where's the next closest?
Watching
area?
people put
'Cause,
boxes on
with
their head
the
is pretty
Onyx facilities,
funny.
We distributed 100 of them and whatnot. But like you mentioned with a line of mine, one of our big learnings, we'll say learnings, it's a nicer word than mistake, was positioning, was where we put them and whatever. We weren't able to separate them into the shards that we wanted to. So being at one and being at the other one just doubled up the performance hit. Somebody in chat said it seems like everything CIG does is a test. Yes, I think that was Flymo Ninja, if I remember. Flymo Ninja. Hey man. Yes, everything we do is a test. We're learning. There's a reason I used to end these shows with "What did we learn this week?" Don't ever think that no aspect of game development isn't intricately tied up with the process of learning. Not for us, for you, for everybody. It's like this. So yeah, we are learning as we do this, and that's what Benoit's talking about it. So dynamic server meshing tomorrow, next week. What you got?
So, well, I'm not going to advance a date, but I can tell you that there's multiple things that compose dynamic server meshing, right? Obviously, the team is working on those aspects right now, right? The key aspects that dynamic server meshing will bring is a kind of arbitrary subdivision, right? Meaning that we could assign a server to anything that's a streaming group. So inside this big tree, right? You've seen the PES discussions where we show how kind of the data is laid out into one big giant scene tree. Any of those nodes that are deemed a streaming group can actually have a server actually having authority over that entire area. And so DSM will definitely bring us the ability to kind
jump
of
into
arbitrarily
Constellation.
subdivide, where we're no longer tied to these territories or this territory map. That's the first big thing we're gonna gain from dynamic server meshing, and we're working on that part at the moment, right? Which is basically how we can move these streaming groups from one server to the other, how authorities transferred, who's managing it.
I think it was
what
just a
component
game
is
bug
taking care of that.
because my keyboard
so
and mouse
that's
was still
under
working. Like
development
I
right
hit escape and
There's
then
also a lot of
that was working.
I want to say parallels or
But
similarities
after I went back in the game
between
and
dynamic
started
server
working
meshing
again,
and
I don't know. My
instancing,
keyboard and
right?
mouse
And
like
so we've talked about that
stopped
we're working on
being
instancing. That's
connected.
also part of this work.
but it's like
So,
hardwired in.
uh,
It's not like
we technically already
wireless
have
or
the mechanics of instancing in the game in the
I
form
don't
of
know
the
why it stopped working.
instance hangers, right?
It's just
Which
for a
basically
second.
allows you to have multiple stacked areas on top of each other, but
Felt
you
weird.
get to see only one, and only one of them is bound to your client and replicated to your client. historically, if we go back in the 3x days when we put this in, initially the instancing was actually not working from the networking side, and so you would replicate all the hangars that
Where's
were at
my
the location,
hangar?
even though you couldn't see it, which was even worse. Now you actually get assigned the proper tag on your character, and so when you actually take the elevator, it's bringing you to an actual instance, which is basically yours. So the instance tag that we're
Literally what
building
I'm
on
doing
top
right
of that
now.
will,
He's talking about it.
will basically leverage some of the concepts we're putting into dynamic server meshing, because we want to be able to distribute those instances across the mesh.
Medium.
Right? So right
Oh,
now
they're
they're
gonna
location
store
bound,
my
right?
ship
But
'cause
we
I went
want
to the
not
wrong
be able
hangar.
to just have them location bound, but have any of the servers take those off, so that we can share the load. Again, optimizing the distribution of the simulation, of the computing workload that we have across what players are doing, so that when you enter an instance, we can guarantee a certain level of performance without needing to have a little, dude at the back going like, oh, we need to change the territory map for this, right? Basically. And so we're actively working on all this stuff right now to bring us to the dynamic part of server meshing. And obviously, with that, even though this is not our focus right now, right? We are still planning to go to higher player counts, but this is totally not our priority right now. Our priority is really on getting
Why?
the functionality and the computing workload properly.
You don't need
distributed.
higher player
I'll
counts when you
happily,
only have 2 systems. Like, bring in more systems in the game and then push
I'm
the
glad you said
player
we're not-
counts
that-
because
that-
we're
that-
more spread out.
I talked earlier in the show about us.
I need to
sometimes
call
acting
one of
like
these people and
we
be like,
invented the
"You
wheel."
guys
It's one of those things that,
need to
that
stop.
other people, other games have had and stuff like this.
Add Nix and
lots
then
of
try
games have
800
some version
players.
of server meshing.
Don't try to cram 400 players in a system on
famously,
each.
what's the
on
other
each
one?
side.
The Dune.
It's not
the
gonna
Dune
go
game,
well.
Whose name escapes me at the moment.
Promise
They
it
did a big
won't.
thing on their version.
Awakening.
They did a big thing on their version of server meshing and stuff. What? How is ours different than what other things? I'll give you a hint. 3D. How is ours different from what you're seeing in every other game? Just because I see this come up. I see. I watch the YouTubes and the Twitches sometimes, and I see people like, they keep acting like server meshing. They fucking invented it and whatever. Oh, there's my one swear. Okay. Sorry, Tyler. Why is our server meshing different?
Well, so you're right. Like, it's not like server meshing isn't already like a thing, right? Like in the past, like even, Ultima Online had a server like transitions. Right now, they were not necessarily seamless, but you still had server transitions and gridding, right? Which is a typical approach, which is you take the world, you split into a grid, and then you have servers between them. And then the rest of the different strategies come from how the servers communicate to each other, right? And how the state is distributed and how you transition from one to the other. And I think that the areas where our approach differs is that we've extracted the simulation from the game and the replication of the game. So replication is how game server and client stay in sync, right? So when you're in an area and somebody opens the door opens on your client. That's because it's been opened on the server, and it's also because somebody else had authority to send that message to open the door. So this is all replication, right? Well, normally you have one game server and he does both replication and simulation, right? So we've taken the Star Engine, we've extracted the networking from it, so the replication into the hybrid. Now we call him the hybrid now because it's the first stage of server meshing, right? But the hybrid has all the networking components. He has the state in his memory. He holds all of the information for the shard, and he does the replication. So you're connected as a client to the hybrid. So you're not connected to the different servers you're actually in. The game server you're actually that's simulating your area is actually, you're not even on it. You're not even in active connection to that server. You're actively connected to the hybrid. And the game servers are actually clients with authority, if you want, right? If we simplify. And so that's one area where it differs. The second one is how we separate space, right? And you alluded to it, which is that our territory mappings or our mappings to how the authority is managed is in 3D space. So it's not a grid. It's fully made in 3D space. And so that means that we can have it's 3D space and a tree, right? So which is the other bit. And so what that means is that, by taking I'm gonna try to make that simple. Let's say I'm on the yellow server, right? And suddenly the yellow server, there's not enough players there, and the location is a bit low cost. Then we might want to despawn that server. Well, we can transfer the authority from everything the yellow server is doing to its parent. There is a parent, right? Whereas when you're doing gridding, that's a bit of a different model. In the past, I've seen solutions for meshing which include servers like adjacent servers talking to each other, for example, things like that. The client actually disconnecting from one server, connecting to the next, right? Which in all of these cases, these were things that created side effects that we didn't want. So in the past, we did try these things. Like if I go way back when we started server meshing projects, that was the first approach, was like a bit more classical. But we realized to properly offer what we've shown in, for example, the meshing demo Paul did a couple of years ago, or what you're actually playing now on live, to be able to have like bullets completely traverse the transition and hit on the other side of it. Like we needed to have a solution that was native to all how we were doing it. The bet behind it was that the hybrid was going to be fast enough, and so far it seems like it's working out. Though it is a lot of work to get it, to keep it the dead speed with all the needs that we have. So that's I would say was the differences in the approach.
What's up, Equinox?
And every game is going to have its own approach, right? Tailor-made to its gameplay, right? So it's in our case, we're trying to make the biggest universe ever, and so we need the most scalable way to approach it. Also, we've taken the most difficult route, I feel. But
I think you need to adopt CR hands a bit more. You were doing the thing, and I kept like, no, a little server inside a bigger server. I'm like, you use your CR hands. It would help. This server inside this server. So when this server disappears, the server above it can get the authority. I'm just over here like, use the CR hands.
Shit. Yeah, that was a missed opportunity.
If only there was a time. If ever there was a time for CR hands.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So 3D server meshing,
Ambush.
and separating everything, so connecting people to the hybrid instead of the
Color's
server,
black.
so things can connect and carry through from one server to
How
another
about
server
a raft?
seamlessly and stuff. Anything else you want to say on server meshing before we move on?
No, I think that's pretty much the state of it. Like we're advancing on the dev for it. Obviously, we don't. We don't want to bring in destabilized changes to the game, right? And so we're making sure that these are going to be tested first. We will go to a tech preview when we feel it's the right time. Right now, it's not the right time, and so we're still working on these aspects. But that's our objective: is to we're not going to do a big dynamic server meshing is up, right? That's not going to be how we're going to roll this out.
Right.
We will most likely be bringing elements of meshing into play, right? Like the ability to despawn servers in areas that are not being simulated, the ability to scale up the mesh dynamically from the territory map, and then later on possibly go into then the instancing support goes through it, and then after that the final jewel of like dynamic reset division and relocation.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh in the middle of Victor's time. Don't believe in the chat goes, I'm really glad I was here to see Disco's last show. I've survived this long. All right.
Find a good spot.
So,
Walk up and power down.
part 3.
Big tickets.
Stretch, part 3. What is my hair doing?
It's looking fabulous from here.
Oh, weird. All right. This section I call big ticket items. These are various issues that at some point in the year have generated some amount of angst, aggression, frustration, or any other word you can think of to describe Tyler Wicken. He's watching. Let's start with the big one: freight elevators.
Yeah.
Now I already did a big 5-minute thing explaining. Oh, there's a delay. He just popped up. Of freight elevators. Where are we at now? What's happening? What happened? What do you want to tell us about freight elevators?
Let me pull up my notes.
Okay.
So freight elevators is one of our hero squads, right? Now your previous interventions, that came way too late in our planning, right? And so that's one thing that, I think that if we could go back in time, that squad would have started way, way, way earlier. And so I've got a bunch of discussions.
I'm sorry, to be clear, work had started earlier. We hadn't had the hero squad on it.
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
Good clarification. And so let me go through some of the stuff that we've been going through on freight elevators in general. So to start with, obstruction issues, right? And so a lot of the issues that we ran into were related to how the elevator actually detects obstructions and or contents. And so, for example, blocking the doorway, item being positioned on the roofs of the planetary freight elevators. Now, a lot of this, by the way, like I'm going to talk more about the planetary versions of it, which are 10 times worse for some reason. But in terms of obstructions, like you could leave items on top of the elevator, and then it was detected as an obstruction, right? And so these obstructions, first of all, the checks were super rough. And so they would go, there's something, I'm not going to move, which is what a bit like, come on, So
somebody would put a smoltz bottle on top of the freight elevator.
Correct.
And the whole damn thing would stop working.
Well, yeah, exactly. That would brick the whole elevator until that was removed. But incidentally,
MedPen. Oh my God, it was MedPen so small.
yeah,
I remember.
no, yeah, but see, that's even worse because there's
Empty
a problem
med
with how
pens.
the items are set up, right? And so when we create a prop or we create an item, there's a bunch of things that go into it. Physics proxy, weapon proxy,
wonder if I
all
can-
kinds of things that go on top of it. One of them is the bounds of the item, right? Which is not. There's multiple bounds. In case you thought it was just a sphere or like a shape or a rectangle, there's more than one bounds. But long story short, to say that a lot of items have incorrect bounds, and so what that does is that when you leave them on a flight elevator, they might clip into the elevator, right, itself. And so couple that with the bad obstruction checks, that could cause some really crazy exploits. Like, for example, leaving, I think, a med pen on the freight elevator, it would clip through the platform. You couldn't even see it. So you'd be like, there's nothing on it, and then it would still block it, right? I think that actually is not completely fixed. So we still have to, the squad still has to get to all of these items. And so for the bounds issue, what we're doing is we're adding a lot more checks on how the things are submitted again beforehand. So we're revisiting all bounds for items, right, and how their setup is made to make sure that none of them can be in that situation. So we're kind of doing a system-wide check on this in order to make sure that when we get into these situations, it's going to work the way we think it should. There's also, this is all, you'll see, it's all super interrelated, right? Items that would get destroyed but would no longer have geometry but would still be considered obstructions. And so that was a very egregious one, I think, that we saw very early, which is there was a way for you to destroy an item. Its geometry would disappear, but it would leave the entity
I
present.
can't do this.
And so now, that's it. That elevator is gone. Like,
Yeah.
you need tools to see that entity. Right?
I mean, at least with the
all
med
that. To fly
pen or something,
backwards.
people could zoom in and try to scan
Yes.
the pad,
Yes.
try to scan the thing, and try to find it. People in chat are already like, "Oh, great! You've just told everybody how to do it." It's like this. It's we're also telling folks how to fix it. We're trying
Yes.
here. It's a delicate needle, the thread here, but. That at least there was something people could do if they knew about it, which is why we're talking about it, to try to find it and remove it. This next one though, the geo's gone.
Yeah, that's it. This one was the worst one, right? And so the thing too with the freight elevator bugs related here, like some of them were set up of the actual freight elevator geometry, right? Actually, that was a regression, so it was a bug that got fixed and was reintroduced, which is the shape, because we have multiple types of freight elevators, right? We have like the
This is gonna be so
horizontal
hard
one,
to kill
we've
this
got
shit.
ones that are vertical, and
Oh,
some with
boy.
doors, some without, and so there was some of those bad setup. The planetary ones were especially egregious in that case, and so there's still some bounds check to be added. But this is all, when you got all these messages about obstructions, and that was all related to this. One of the other issues we had with freight elevators was actually one of the first ones we had to fix, which is that the freight elevator is set up into two things. There's the kiosk and then there's the platform, right? And so the kiosk hosts the manager component. He's the one that's managing the stuff, right? And the platform is kind of slave to the manager. So there was an issue where, depending on how an area would stream in or stream out, the platform or kiosk would stream in first or stream out last, right? And this caused these two components to now be disconnected. So they would not find each other anymore. And so in those cases, that entire location is dead. Like that was it. That location, game over, right? Because they would never find each other. There was no model in place or process in place to go and try to fix that. And so this is, in part of what we do on the hero squads, we've done the same with the transit system, which is we introduce self-healing approach, right? And so in this case, the system would actually retry to connect. So if a manager doesn't have its connection to its platform, then it would get retried right over time until it actually connects. And so this way, even in the case where we do run into an issue where they disconnect, they could still reconnect. And so that solved the issue. That was actually rolled out in a hotfix.
Sino says, are elevators CIG kryptonite? Elevators are the kryptonite of every game development team in the world. Elevators and doors.
Yeah, doors
And
and
elevators, man.
Doors and corners, man.
Hey, there's the Expanse reference.
Let's continue on our list of bugs with freight elevators, right? The UI and platforms could get out of sync, and so this is where the platform will have content. So there's clearly a box on the thing, and the UI is
Doors
showing
and
that
Corners in the Expanse is
so
such a
that
good
prevents you
episode.
from,
Because you
basically
get
make the whole
that
thing inoperable because
that
now you can't
combat-
ship your
that
box
ship
at all.
combat
And so
with that
In
stealth
this
shit.
case, I think that the reconnection, the streaming reconnection,
And they
actually
board a
solves this by
station.
self-healing, but also the
That's
UI
cool
will
too.
requery multiple times to be able to make sure it's always updated. This is a side effect of us of the game teams trying to cache a bit more data than they should, and so now it cached an empty elevator, and so that's a weird state. So a bit of background on how the platform actually works, right? So you've got your inventory system, right? Your warehouse. That's where your things are stored. The inventory system has that, right? So you can query for items in it. You get the list of what's in
cannot
it. You can
shoot this
unstow
shit.
items from it, which means bring them into the game world and physicalize them, or you can stow them into it. The freight elevator and the ship cargo platforms are actually using an abstraction on top of that called the inventory container. And so the inventory container can be open or closed, right? And so we had an issue where, so what that means is that when the
Oh, God,
when
he's
the
just
inventory
about to
container
get
of the
there, and
platform
he
is closed,
desyncs.
that means that all of the
Desyncs
items
really
that are
bad on the server. I
physically
should
on it
change
are actually
servers.
stowed.
It's really
It's open.
bad.
It means that all of the items that were in this inventory container are in the game world and being acted upon. So when you unstow things on your platform, that's what happens. There was a weird case where, in certain cases, if there was a delay on the back end, right? So the back end systems for all these operations have queues of operations that run, and so they can handle the delay, right? But in this specific case, there was a weird state where what's actually unstowed and
Oh,
stays in the
come
container would
on.
be desynchronized. And so we've added another repair flow for this that would actually detect the state of it and actually resynchronize it in the cases where that would happen. This was because we didn't properly handle failures, and so in the case where an unstow would fail, the state would now be, in a weird situation. And so now we do the proper error handling, which is another thing that we've changed in our processes for development, is that error handling is now part of code review. So we really need to make sure every single, I mean, that sounds like basic, right? But I mean, I'm just saying the way it is, right? Some cases were not handled, and so you need to handle those failures.
You wanted open development.
Yeah, that's it. It's all warts and issues, right? And same thing for door states, right? So whether the door is open or closed, right? After stream in and out or server crash, right? Would sometimes clash, and so the kiosk can think the door is closed, but it actually is open. And so we do the same now. We can actually properly set the flow back properly. So one of the lessons we've learned with freight
I'm so
elevators
bad
in
at
general
this.
and all the issues that just went through, and
I'm gonna
the
need
reason
so
why
much
we ran
practice.
into them is need way more multiplayer testing. I think that the major key behind it is that the teams have spent time on the in-hangar elevator, right? So we ran into some issues with in-hangar elevator for sure, and there's still issues there. But the big difference with the resource drive event was that we were driving players to the freight elevators, and there's more than one player interacting with it, right? And so that's one area where we have improved our testing and our testing approaches so that they're properly tested multiplayer and not just as a when we reach PTU or that we in focus test. Now it's like part of the general testing for these open areas.
You've mentioned something called self-healing.
Yeah.
Oh wow, what's self-healing?
Well, so self-healing is basically when we add functions to a system to detect that it's in a bad state and attempt to fix it, right? And so
I wonder if I could do this
this is
mission.
not,
I think
this
I'm
is-
gonna
you could
die.
call it a kludge in some areas, right? Sometimes it's not the
I
right
think I'm
thing.
gonna
But I think
die.
that in this case, for a lot of the systems that we have, where we are working on a replacement, for example, and we're trying to keep this one running, self-healing will come in and basically rectify the situations, right? We have the way our game is made with our streaming system makes some trivial things in a normal game very complex, and sometimes we run into these issues where the game teams can't really identify what's specifically causing an issue. They just know it happens, right? And so in the past we used to wait for the key engineers that can actually decipher these conditions to come in, but these guys are obviously, everybody's swamped with work, and so sometimes the delay was so long that you guys as players would have to deal with the condition for long periods of time. And so self-healing is basically an approach where we're telling the game developers, well, while you're investigating the proper root cause for this, provide a self-healing alternative, right? Which keeps the system running properly. And there's self-repair, basically.
There's an interesting, I don't know, maybe not, maybe interesting is not the right word. There is a forever thing that happens in chat. It's happened during the course of this show. It's happened in every YouTube comment, everything show. This idea
Can't
that
understand
every
him with this
developer
accent.
can work on every single thing.
What accent?
That if this person is over here making a loading ramp for the Zeus, they could be better spending that time over here fixing network code and stuff. It's like, why are you working on that when you should be working on this? And the answer is almost always because that's what that person does.
Sit tight.
Correct.
They can't do anything else. That's not their. You know, it's like
The
looking
French
at, looking at a
guy.
cook and asking them if they can
He's
fish.
French?
It's, like, well, it's sort of kind of.
Oh, he's
it's
French,
kinda,
but he's
it's
not
the same
speaking
thing.
French. You're just being a
even
dick.
within the disciplines, that's a common. Even within the disciplines, even within
You're being
engineers,
French.
there are still focuses and affinities and stuff, and there's still, even within a field of engineers, there are still many things where, and it's no slight against the person or whatnot. It's just
I rewound back to the beginning of
this
your
person
stream,
has that
so
specialty,
you
and that
were
person has that specialty,
using
and that person has
sticks.
that specialty, and you often come up to a thing where it's like, well, we can't make any progress on this until we get it.
Yeah, I'm
in
using
front of this
sticks.
person. And
That's why I
that
can't
person has
kill
already
anything.
got this other thing in front of them, and
That's
that
why-
other thing in front of them, and stuff.
That's
So
why,
it's just it's another
yeah.
another way. It's not. It's just
That's
it's
why I'm
it's
probably
it's
about to
another way I
die.
wanna, it's I don't know what I want to say. What I'm trying to say here. It's not. It's I'm trying to illustrate that it's like anything, like priorities and like anything else. There are usually, if you're asking the question, why aren't they fixing this or why aren't they working on that? The answer is almost never. It's because we don't want to. It's because it's in line. It's in line. It's just that simple. It's in line.
Yeah, we do have a lot of hyper specialization too, right? And so that's the. You're right. Like even game programmers are not necessarily interchangeable for everything, right? That said, our approach, by the way, for our game teams is very multidiscipline, very fluid, right? Which does enable a lot of this, right? Like we have engineers who are able to go from one system to another in the game code, right? But when you have to do cross-discipline things, that's where now you need a concerted effort. That's when it gets queued up.
What's the, before we move off of freight elevators, what's the thing that's happening in like, you go to Wicklow, you'll put all of your recipe stuff on the thing. It goes, okay, it takes it, it goes down, it completes the mission, and then doesn't give you your thing back up. And now you're just out those items because the mission completed, but it hasn't given you your reward, and people have just wasted their time on a Wicklow. What is that?
So I think that most of those issues are a lot of those are still being investigated actually right now, right? In order to really figure out what's happening. It is, these systems are intertwined, right? The reward system, for example, is part of the mission flow, right? Whereas the freight elevator is just the vessel, right, to deliver this. And so there's many reasons and timing what this could happen, right? And so I don't have a proper answer for this. I didn't dive on this one specifically, but I can tell you that I know the team is actively working on this one because it's a key. I mean, it's especially for Wicklow rewards. Like internally, Wicklow rewards is like the hey guys, like come on, let's get it priority on this one.
Chat's starting a campaign to send Wicklow to Kleischer.
That'd be a nice Christmas gift.
So at the beginning of freight elevators, we're gonna, from freight elevators, we'll move on to our next thing because there is a kind of an obvious sounding solution to this when we're talking about putting med pens and small bottles on things, and then entities where the physicality has disappeared but the entity is still there and it seems like an obstruction. Cleanup. Entity cleanup seems like it'd be the obvious thing. Just crank that dial up to 500 and clear that shit off of there every 2 minutes. It seems like talk to me about entity
We
cleanup.
crashed.
Where
I
we're
think
seeing
he hit
ships
the back of me
left
and died.
everywhere. We're
I don't
seeing
know.
trash left everywhere. The Raptor's not here yet. What can you
Someone's
talk to
still
us
shooting me.
about
Sure.
entity cleanup?
Well, so one thing I think we touched on this a bit in January, right? That one of the things that we put into 4.0 was the beginning of some physics cleanup, right? Now, since then, right, since the beginning of the year, we've unified a lot of the cleanup systems, right? So, namely, we had an abandoned vehicle tracking system, we have the physics intersection cleanup system, we have the actual density manager, and so now all of this has been kind of unified into one platform. And so what we're able to do with this now is we have density classes. So depending on the type of item, we can define the density class, which basically allows us to say no more than X in a volume of Y for this kind of item, right? And obviously there's way more parameters. I'm just trying to keep it simple so we can understand what it does. We've recently added the ability for designers to basically change those density classes, basically vary these density classes by region. And so now they can say in this location, make this super aggressive, make this less aggressive, right? And so the density manager part of this is really about just items in the game world that are dynamic that we want to make sure we keep at a manageable level, right? And so if you start putting water bottles
Something's wrong with my ship.
in one place, at some point it'll start
doesn't
cleaning
wanna-
up because they're in
it
the same
doesn't wanna-
volume, and the density class of the water bottle will inform how many we want to keep and how we want to do that. There's also lifetime
doesn't wanna
cleanup. So things
roll
we
this
just wanna,
way.
we want those to live, but we want them to disappear.
I mean,
after a
it
certain amount of
will
time, so we've
eventually,
added
but
that
it doesn't.
functionality
It
in,
doesn't
so
want to
that's a
do
lot
when
better.
I
And
when I
then
do it.
vehicles come into play. So abandoned vehicles.
I wonder if I'm missing a thruster.
We've been tuning this since the beginning of the year.
Oh, I'm missing a side
this
a
and
side
and the
a
physics
VTOL
So
thing.
the abandoned vehicles is basically when you leave a vehicle completely abandoned, so no passengers, nobody's left on it. It's left on a planet. You leave it there. Already, it's put on a timer.
Could we stop
right?
the desync?
And so
I
at
gotta
some point,
I gotta
once
switch
things-
servers. The server's so bad.
The if it gets interacted with, if passengers come into play on it,
The
whatever,
desync
that revives
is
it, resets the timer, right?
Relentless.
I think, if I remember right, that's set to something like 2 hours right now, something like this for abandoned vehicles, regardless of class for now. So that is something we want to add, which is basically change the density class for larger ships so that maybe they go faster. You know, this is the kind of thing we need to keep tuning. And then so the abandoned vehicles will actually clean up those areas, right? Now, with the new system we have now coming in, we'll be able to override these values per
So
region. And so for
dumb that
planet-side locations where we know there's going to be traffic, we can make
vehicles
that
that
a lot
aren't
more
targets
aggressive.
don't have cargo.
And the last part of the cleanup system is the pink slip. I call it the pink slip, which is,
Yeah,
hey, my
got-
ship turned pink, and bam, it's gone, right? Which is basically when areas of the game where your ship is entering into a deep intersection with something else, right? And this is true of all areas, right? So if something enters deep
I
intersection
wonder if it's
for a
completely
number
gone.
of frames,
Oh, it's
based on
gone.
the size of the entities, size of the
Yo.
area, we will clean it up, right? We're gonna first turn it pink, full pink.
Look how
for a
much
certain
better
amount
the
of
ship
time, and
looks
then
from this
poof,
side.
it disappears. The reason for that is because the servers are still very much physics balanced.
Yo, the Dumbo
And there is
ears
no
are gone.
currently-
It looks
I say
so much
currently, I'm not saying
better.
It's impossible, but currently there is no elegant
It
way
looks
to
better,
kind of break
in my
those collisions
opinion.
automatically.
looks
and
stupid.
cleanly. It typically creates
That
these
looks dope.
maelstrom of physics problems when you try to fix it, and now you've backed
They gotta
it out into
squeeze 'em
another
in.
physics element that
Gotta
is
suck
now
'em in a bit.
colliding, and so you end up into these massive unstable systems. And so the pink slip is there for the moment, right? We're trying to improve this. We've been tuning these values quite a bit since the beginning of the year. Every patch we adjust the density classes.
It was more so the
timers and the physics intersection costs a lot.
it was
I
more
feel
so
like,
the
we're seeing a lot
the
less
reaction
reports now. It's
time
kind
wasn't
of,
there
getting a lot better. I
to-
think we're getting into the
to
sweet spot,
roll
but it's
right.
unfortunately not a magic.
So
You
like
know, just turn on density tracking, right? We already
I
have
think when
density
I'm
tracking. It's
thrusting,
really about
it's
tuning the numbers so that it feels good, right? And that's the hardest part of this.
oh no, now it's working.
Folks in chat
I
are
don't
talking
know.
about, just
I
make
don't
the
know.
salvage gameplay.
It felt weird.
I want to preface that Ben
I was
not a
like
game
banking
designer.
right, but it wasn't going right. So I
Those
was
are
like,
game design decisions, but yeah, I mean, an obvious kind of thing would be, have an abandoned ship generate
No.
a salvage beacon, free ship to come and grab and clean up and stuff. But I think a big part of that is salvage needs.
These dudes are trying so hard not to cuss.
We need
They're
to
still
make those
cussing.
materials
It's
worth
so
more, because
funny.
It's not just enough to generate the missions. We need to make the materials that you get from the missions more valuable and mean
Where's
more.
my rep at?
And there are
Hey, rep.
things coming around the corner. That's not true. There are things coming down the line. Let's just be
Oh, we're made
down the line.
some.
Around the corner. That's not accurate. That's not remotely true. Then
We're
things
making
come down
some
the line,
headway
like,
now. I just
crafting
gotta get to
and whatnot.
rank
There are gonna be Lots
4.
of materials from lots of different places
I
and stuff
believe.
like that. So mining, salvage. Lots of opportunities there to link it with other gameplay systems and make people want to go out and salvage things.
I mean, the
more.
amount of abandoned ship, for example, like let's say we did that right tomorrow morning. We're like, okay, abandoned ship detected, salvage beacon goes up. There would be an overwhelmingly amount of salvage beacons because the amount of abandoned vehicles is extremely high, right? And so balancing those contracts after that becomes kind of impossible in this current setup. That's not to say we're not going to do that, right? But
Yep.
we need to put attention on salvage to be able to do that properly.
No, Jared's voice, Jared's mic isn't going out. I was just forgetting where I need to put my mouth in order to use it. I'm a professional. Something.
I think
All
what
right,
it
so-
was.
And
I
the
think I
cleanup.
was.
And
I think I was
freight
side
elevators.
thrusting, like I
another
was
big
y'all
bugaboo.
side strafing,
This one's a relatively.
and
Okay,
I was
recent
trying
is
to
not right.
roll
It's been
and it wouldn't.
exasperated
I think
recent,
that's what
we'll
was
say that.
happening.
Too many.
I gotta
Too
go
many people.
fix.
Too many NPCs, spawn management, whatever
Let's
the
go
heck
get
you
this
want to call
fixed.
it.
My personal pet peeve.
People go to an ASD or whatnot, and it's like they're trying to whittle the numbers down, and they get down to like 10, 12, or 12, 10, 6, and then it bump back up and stuff because things are respawning too quickly. What's going on? What can you tell us?
this is one of the ones that completely infuriates me because it touches on many things. So spawning in the game is all over, right? There's multiple different types of spawners. Some of them are like item port spawners. For example, you know, I hate using the bartender as an example, but
Actually, hold the phone.
apologies. But the bartender picks up a glass from an item.
He's about to talk about something that bothers me. Equinox, maybe you can help me with this. I want to map the Moby Glass button, so F1 onto the sticks, but it's not. There's no option. I'll show you real quick. I don't know if you had this issue or if you just use a keyboard still for F1, but when I go into key bindings, so for mouse and keyboard, it's there. It's here somewhere. F1 Moby Glass toggle F1, but then when I go to joysticks, there is this vehicle Moby Glass, has nothing in it, like it doesn't open anything. But then if I go back into, where was it, on foot, and I go down, it's supposed to be right here between zoom in and recall last vehicle. That's where the Moby Glass toggle option is, but it's just not there, so I just can't set it. I'll still use the keyboard, so yeah, I've actually not looked into that, because I got a button here that's like, I want to be able to do like the map, pull up the map, or pull up the Moby Glass, like a hat switch that's either going to go up or down. Up for the map and down for the Moby Glass or something like that. That's what I want to set it to, but it doesn't give me the option. It's driving me crazy because I don't mind reaching forward to like the WASD keys and the mouse, but then I gotta really like reach to get the F1 key just a little extra, because it's not that bad, honestly, but I'd rather not have to take my hands off the sticks to just pull up the Moby Glass. And then I have a hat switch that isn't like a button. It's like whatever. It's like a joystick. And then I figured I could move around and then click in the just... It would feel better that way, but I can't figure it out. I don't understand, because it says vehicle, wait, do I have to go back? Just kidding. It says vehicle Moby Glass, but then it doesn't it doesn't drop down with anything, so I don't know if it's missing, or if, I don't know. I don't know why you couldn't open the Moby Glass with a stick keybind. I don't know why there's no option to do it. I'm gonna have to Google that a bunch, I guess. Oh wait, let's play this back.
Item port that's on the counter, and then we're at some point going to respawn a glass on this so we can do the animation again, or things like that, right? Same thing for like AA turrets. In 4.0, we've had many issues related to overspawning from those spawners, and we fixed a lot of them. Mainly conditions where designers would set those up as infinite spawn and no limits, which is great, right? So that's one thing. Now, since we've been putting out content this year, like the different locations all have like a population of AI NPCs, right, in the place. And so it's been kind of, we've had overspawn, I think, with every content patch this year.
Yeah.
You know, where every patch there's at least one report that comes up and is like, infinite NPCs at location, is it meant to be this hard, right? And I always like, all right, what's the cause now? This is one of an example of like the symptom is the same, the cause has been different every time. This is something I really want to get time to solve properly, but the replacement system is in the works, but it's not close to being there. But so the way this works, like I'll give you the most recent one, for example. I think it was in 4.3 0. The mission module is the system that actually activates the NPC population for a mission in a given area, right? So when you enter the action area of a specific part of the mission, then the mission code is going to go and initialize submodules, and then one of those submodules will say, hey, put some AI in there, and then it's going to activate the spawn closets in the area, and that's going to start, right? The issue is,
Oh, it's when I up
there was
thrust or
a
down
bug
thrust.
with the way the
It
mission
won't-
flow was
it won't
working for
bank
these things
right.
that would cause these
That's
modules
what
to
it
doubly
is.
initialize in
Up,
certain cases.
up or down thrust.
And when that started, then it would actually do it
Down-
again and again.
down
and
thrust
again.
will
And
help
so
me bank.
That's the latest source
Right,
of these
because
overspawns.
the left side.
The proper fix for this is the population manager. This is
It's
something
weird.
that our R&D
It's
team have been
super
working
weird.
on, which is a replacement to all to both spawn closets are still going to be around, but the systems that drives the spawn closets to make these AIs appear and spawn on top of like the what's the word that they use for this? The base population in an area, like let's say walk around New Babbage, all the social NPCs. Currently, all these social NPCs are placed there, right? And some of them, like again the bartenders, are driven by mission modules or area modules, and those always get these overspawn. So we just need this replacement system at this point, because we keep repeating this error from different angles, right? And so the population management system is, his approach is different. He's gonna know what's in the game world. It's like, I need 5 guys. Do I have 5 guys? We're good, right? Like, instead of going, when I start, I spawn 5 guys, which is a complete, problem. And so, yeah, overspawning will be solved by this. In the meantime, we're putting in more verifications for the cases where when you stream out and you stream in and the module resets, or you abandon a mission or start the mission during while you're already at the action area, that the actual logic doesn't run towice, and that there's actual limits in those areas.
Sorry, I've just been thinking about a cheeseburger and fries from Five Guys. You said it.
I
Distracted.
just need those 5 guys.
All right, so obviously, that's a bit of a whack-a-mole thing until we get the new system online.
Yeah, one thing that I'm hopeful about though for this is that the teams have actually built some good additional debugging tools that allows us to kind of view the state of this. It sounds a bit weird, but it was difficult to even know how many NPCs are there at this location. That was actually a difficult information to find. So now we've got super good tools to be able to tell that. So that means if I'm able to just open a tool and view that information, it means that game designers can do the same, and so that means they can debug those problems in advance without us having to do it post-launch, which is the big thing.
No, chat, I don't have 5 Guys money. All right, freight elevators, entity cleanup, spawn management. When server meshing came online with 4.0, it brought with it all this new stuff and all these great things that we could do now. We got to be able to increase the server cap to 600. We got to improve that FPS performance on the server from 4.5 to 20 and stuff like this. It also had some knock-ons to some old systems, specifically interdiction and beacons. So we resolved most of the interdiction stuff in July, I feel like. But talk to me real quick about why that happened and
There's
what
still
the
no
solution was.
interdictions.
Little story behind this. So if we go back to the 3.x days, right? Like the game server has everything, right? He's simulating everything. All the entities are on one server. And so there's I don't want to say shortcuts, because this was just the way you would build things at the time. Where, for example, doing interdiction was really like the server has all the entities. So he's able to do like cross zones check. He's able to raycast across zones. He's able to do all that stuff, right? Now with server meshing, you could be on a quantum path that brings you across game servers, right? And if you've ever looked at some of our backers have done outstanding tools to calculate interdiction positions and stuff like that. If you look at that, you'll see that the edges and the ends of this is where it actually matters that you get position. And so that means that since we currently use the territory map around planets and moons, right, then typically that will interrupt the quantum jump of the interdiction that is the most effective, or close to the most effective. And so what that needed is a solution that allows us to have a view of the interdiction system that's basically cross-server, right, for the game shark. And so the replication layer has that information, right? We do have it in the hybrid, but we are very reluctant at allowing what I'll call game code here with no, I'm not trying to be pejorative here. We don't want to let game code query the replication layer for multiple reasons, but we want to keep them isolated. And so for this, we needed to build a solution. So the team have actually built the online team built a new service that serves every shard, but is able to provide our game devs with basically a way to build a small representation, a small data representation of the game world for things that matter. So if you can picture this, you're in your ship, you start your quantum drive. What actually happens is now the game server is going to register in this new service called the Entity Cluster service some piece of data that says we have a quantum drive at this location, right? And he's going to keep that updated, right? And on the other hand, I've got someone who starts a QED device, quantum interdiction device, QID device, QED, whatever, the interdiction device, starts your interdiction device, that will also connect to this, and then inform this kind of matrix view of the quantum interdiction network. That's doesn't matter which server you're on. This is all kept updated in semi-real time as you're quantuming and moving, and as the interdiction devices are activated or deactivated. And so what that allows the game server to do now is he's receiving these updates. He's got this let's call it symbolic view of the game world to do it. And so now he's able to do proper raycasting math to see if the interdiction is going to hit across server. Doesn't matter if you're on the same server or not. You can actually trigger the interdiction across, and then that basically gives us this ability to have cross-server coordination for things without having to push all this to the replication layer or query it from it. So this is mostly a gameplay system, but we can use it. We are using it for beacons, so we're going to be using it even more for the full beacon implementation. But it's going to be the same kind of thing where now you could be in New Babbage and someone has a beacon open in Pyro, and if the gameplay wants to allow it, you might be able to get that beacon or see that beacon or bind to it, right?
I'm not waiting for someone to come get me from Stanton if I'm dead in Pyro.
Right now, we've got the Apollo, which is going to PTU like right now. If it isn't already, it's.
Yeah, is it? I haven't checked out.
Yeah, exactly. We've been doing this for a while. I'm not looking at the chats, but whenever tonight's PTU goes, the Apollo will be in for PTU folks who already own it, and that's why you saw the injections of the modules that were given to everybody at no charge who owned the Apollo. So you'll be able to test that this weekend before we attempt to go to live later. Where was I going with this? But
beacons.
medical beacons, but beacons, and specifically medical beacons.
I wonder if 4.3.1 will go live next week Friday.
Since server meshing came on, first it was the notification. They used to get this. There used to be this big toast notification in the center, and I'm going to remember this wrong. If somebody in chat's going to be like, "That's not how it happened," just go. I'm like, I'm trying. There's a big toast notification that used to happen in the middle, and then when we bumped the server notification, which was great for people who wanted to play first responders because they could go and they could do stuff, and then they had this nice big notification that somebody needed a medical beacon, and they could stop what they were doing and then go and run off to the rescue, and that was great. When we bumped the player caps up to 600, that became absolutely interminable. Boom, 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 and we just had to shut that down. It was like, okay, we can't have that, and so they lost that functionality to save everybody else, and that sucked. But then there was the issue with the second solar system. The beacon, if the beacon originated in Pyro and you were in Stanton or vice versa, you didn't get the waypoint. You didn't get the marker because the marker existed in another star system that wasn't loaded in to where you were. So it just looked like, hey, I'm trying to pick up this rescue beacon, and it looked like nothing was happening because it couldn't give you the marker. There was no intermediate marker. And then there's some problem that started last month that meant we had to disable the entire thing while they worked to fix that. This system's had a lot of problems, and while not all of them are going to be fixed in time for this stuff, talk to me about the scope of the issue and what we need to do to make it better.
Well, so out of all of this, all the stuff you mentioned now, I know that our intent is to reactivate medical beacons, absolutely, right? I think that's a core part of the game we're trying to do, and so we really want those reactivated. The entity cluster service I just told you about is what can enable us to do cross-star system beacons. I don't think we're there yet, but we definitely want to get there, right, where we could actually pick those up. So right now, all of the kind of technology pieces that you need to fix all the issues you mentioned about beacons are there, right? We have the ability to have controlled notifications, localized detection of beacons, cross-server, cross-star system, notifications, whatever. It's really about, can we put a team on it to basically add all these things, but at least all of the hurdles are kind of solved with the interdiction work we did and this new service, the cluster service, is the thing that we need to be able to do that, to reactivate all that. So that's already live, so it's a good thing.
And the bug that prevents people from being able to quantum to the beacon?
Well, that definitely needs to be fixed. I think that even for this release, we're aiming for that to be solved, because the beacons have to work even if you don't get cross-star system beacons just yet, and it's not fully integrated with the cluster service. I think localized beacons should still be functional. Like you should be able to quantum to them, and you should receive them properly. And yeah.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for first responder gameplay. Like everything else you do in the verse is in some way, shape, or form self-serving. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with going out and making your fortune, being a pirate or being a miner or a salvager or a racer. Although if you could make your fortune on being a racer, you know, I don't know how much the Daymar Rally pays out. But it's like first responders, the people who choose to play as medics and stuff, they're choosing a loop that's just there to help other people, and I think that's cool. And I don't think we've done a super great job in the past of really supporting that as much as we should. So that's not a. I don't have the power to do anything about that. I just wanted to say that, you know, I recognize that, and we can do better.
Yeah.
Let's go to a big one.
This is gonna be rough.
You know, I'm trying to do, like, you know, start with big ones. You know, freight elevators, blah, blah, energy cleanups, and little guys like interdiction,
Yeah.
beacon. Transit system.
I don't hear you. Just something on the line.
Shitty transit system. I'm in the third hour. I'm in the third hour. That's my one for the hour. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, we do have a hero squad on this, right? And so for everybody's sake, just to make sure we're all on the same page, the transit system is the system that drives elevators, not freight elevators, trains, and in some areas base transit for these things. So the transit system has been the bane of our existence. I can't frame it to something other. And so at the beginning of the year, we put some significant resources in that hero squad and brought in some very, very experienced developers to the team to help push these fixes along. On top of what I discussed earlier about the methodology that changed for these issues, and the introduction of self-healing techniques, right, to try to get it moving. And so we are accepting the current state of transit, right? I feel that right now
It's not bad.
we
The
no longer
elevators
use
all
carriages,
work.
or when we do, it gets auto-fixed, right? The destinations mostly work, double doors.
I know about the trains. I don't use the trains that much, so I can't really
The
speak
system mostly
on that.
responds well. There's still issues with I'm still seeing in my playthroughs, like you know, the train timers of insane values, which is you know, a bit of a drag. Or
This guy seems he
transit still
actually
has
plays
this,
the game a bunch.
unfortunate propension of, in the event of a server crash and you are in movement on the train, your client will keep interpolating that,
We still
which
get
which might get you to space, right?
we still get the occasional missing elevator.
Yes,
But now there's still a few trains that trap people.
Yes,
Yeah.
that can still happen, right? But right now, the state at which this system is, the approach of that system is, we're kind of accepting its state, right? We're still tracking the big egregious issues that we have, like the ones that we just mentioned. So those are still being tracked and worked on. But overall, from a leadership standpoint, we're kind of in a space where now we want to talk about transport, right?
Yes, I've been waiting. Like, you've been sitting here like, oh, we're gonna accept it. We're gonna accept it. I'm like, give them the drop, Benoit. Don't just be like, well, yeah, we're gonna accept it. We're just fine. No, I think it's fine. We think it's gonna be. We don't think it's fine. It's just we got self-healing in, and it can carry us until the new thing comes in, and that's transport system.
Right. So transport is a complete rewrite of transit, right? Which has a much different approach to how it manages.
I think it just took me 10 minutes to kill an
gateways, which are the
M50.
areas at which the carriages stop, and carriages, of course. And so the transport system is a lot more resilient in its
embarrassing.
approach to streaming problems, which has been a thing in the past, right, for the transit. It's also, the way it's developed is a lot more robust. And so the state of transport, let's talk about that. So the team of currently have...
Oh,
the approach that
scanning
we've
too.
taken
I don't
for
have
this-
scanning
the
on a
system
button.
is kind of built at this point.
I could
And
put
we have a
scanning
single
on this
transport
button.
link that we use internally, so not yet on a player-facing build, but we have an internal build of this
I gotta
where
do
new
that.
Babbage habs are completely driven by the transport system, which is
Scanning
a pretty
is
big
throttle?
milestone for the team, because it means
No.
like the system is
I don't have it
basically
set up.
kind of fully featured in terms of it's able to drive one of the major habs drop. we are currently working at instancing those transit
I have
links, so
no pitch
just to
on my mouse anymore.
reiterate
That's a
what I
little
said
weird.
a little bit back in January. The introduction of instance hangars, which means dynamic gateways in the transit system, is really
Any
what
gold?
made it a big issue, right? And so now the team are
No
working
gold.
at adding that
Only
functionality into
13
transport to make sure
gold.
that we support properly dynamic gateways,
That's really
which will
sad.
allow you to have a transport link to and out of an instance. Now, this could be an instance hangar, but in
I'm
the
gonna
future
get
might
it.
be
Might as well.
an area, a location that has some stuff in it, right? And so that's the state of transport right now. Is we're working on the instance and transit link and trains. So we've done elevators, and now we're putting the trains in with the full feature, which the trains have an additional peripheral, which is the timer, the added timer on top of it.
This is one of those things where we talked about it. This is now in the finished product. It shouldn't look any different than what they've got. It should just work. There should just be a time where it's like, oh look, all these things work and they've stopped killing you. Underneath,
grab the
it's an
8 blocks
entirely
of
new
gold.
system that was built after the implementation of server meshing, which is really the big thing. It's the old system was built long before server meshing. I know we reached out to the original developer who built it. Like and he's not with the project. We're like, hey, you want to help us? You want to help us reconfigure it for the server meshing world? And there's like, no, you just need to build a new thing. And whatnot. So you put together your team. We're building the new system. I don't understand why it's not called Star Transport though. Don't understand why it's not called Star Transport, but we're building the new
we Starport.
Why aren't we calling it the Starport system?
Hey, we could.
Where's the
Let's call it
gold?
the Starport system. We're going to call it the Starport system now. Here's what's going to happen. Anytime you try to talk about it publicly, I'm just going to call
there
it the
it is.
Starport system now. And it really doesn't matter what you call it internally.
Why do we do these shows?
But yeah, that's like I said. You've already got the first version. It's already working internally in New Babbage. We're adapting it for instancing, and there's some high hopes that we'll be able to get that in at some point in
So
2026.
we are absolutely tech previewing that system in place where our goal is going to be to basically we want to try to do one full location with it.
Yep.
So that all that entire location, elevators, trains, all that stuff is completely Starport driven.
Yep.
And then tech preview that and make sure that the same methodology and QA checks that we've added for transit are going to have to fully pass before we actually accept to bring it in.
So tech preview for Vulcan and all these graphics things and the mission system. Tech preview for engineering, and then tech preview for just use the elevator.
Yeah.
Just use the elevator.
Pretty much. Exactly.
I can't find the other gold.
You said the transit system was your most despised system. I challenge you, sir, with the ATC.
Man. Well, that's one
Oh,
of the
it's right
casualties
here.
of this, right? I hate ATC.
No, that's not it. There should
You
be
know,
a 4-box and a
its functionality is really
box.
cool, but it's one of those systems, a bit like transit.
Wait, it
that,
has functionality?
you know, well, yeah. It does. So
That's
on
one box.
ATC,
That's a
we haven't
16,
done
a
a lot of
16,
work on it.
one
Mostly
box.
focused on metrics.
Wait.
And so ATC,
Yeah.
right, is a
It
system
might be
that
one of
you call
these.
when you want landing or when you want to leave, right?
Okay.
It is unfortunately responsible for hangar queues, and is also responsible to assign you a landing area and
Is that it?
coordinate the your
it is.
instancing hangar. So basically, create the instance manager for your hangar that creates the instance, and then manage the pad on your hangar. And so, for ATC, while we're completely not happy with its stability overall or the queue times, which is the one thing that we're actually looking at the moment, is to make sure that the system works the way we want it. That's why we've put all these metrics in about at this location the time to exit is this, at this location is this. Do we have enough gateway? Does the system perform the way it should? So we're still in an info gathering phase here to have the proper plan, but we do know one thing is that we are going to change the way the interaction between ATC and hangars actually work. Currently, ATC manages everything. Like I said, it gives you your landing area. It says, hey, I need an instance at this gateway. Path spawns your hangar, instance created, all that stuff. Adds that instance tag to your player, then the doors open. Now you can get into your hangar, but now ATC sees the pad in your hangar as his landing area. He's managing this, right? And so he's taking care of all that stuff, which is a bit problematic because it's an old system. We know of its flaws. And so we do want to split these
We're
responsibilities.
gonna get a
so
new
that there's hangar
ATC
manager.
system. Looks
Yeah.
like.
So that the moment that you're done going through those doors, that's it, done. ATC's out of the picture. Now you're completely in your hangar, and the hangar manager takes care of this. And so that we've been doing tech design on this, but unfortunately, because of the different focuses we have this year. This is one casualty that I was not able to push forward on.
Yeah, there's
All
some
right.
of these stations
I'm
that
gonna go
have
drop
like
this off and
10,
then
15, 20 doors, but you'd swear the ATC only ever uses 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, that's
Guess
the
I'll
one thing
check
that
to
we
see if
want
there's
to
another mission.
solve, even with the old system, before we even start anger management.
Now, when you do the new system, you know, ATC, air traffic controller, Star traffic controller, you call it Star TC. Star TC to go with Starport. Somebody suggested
Or
What?
maybe Starport does ATC too.
Star traffic controller. Yeah, there you go. You're with me. The Star Troller. All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. We're gonna go low fly. It's gonna be.
I'm good.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really
I'm good.
bad.
All right. So we've gone through our year of playability.
Surfing.
We've gone through our little bug smashers aside. We've gone through our what's this
Freight elevators.
no, not before freight elevators. We did server meshing.
Yep.
Why isn't it called star meshing? We went through star meshing. We've gone through our list of big ticket items. It's like this. We've been doing this for what, 2:15 now. I want to go from big ticket items to
Bigger ticket items.
the biggest. I want to go to this is if I'm allowed. Hold on. If I'm allowed to I'm gonna put my CIG hat on.
Go for it.
There you go. And take my CIG hat off. If I'm allowed to have an opinion that's just mine and mine alone.
Always.
The most egregious thing from my perspective, the thing that is, you know, after dealing with getting the server frame rates up and getting the stability scores up and killing 30K, which is amazing, and I'm going to shout you that thing. I'm going to shout you out till the cows come home on that one. That thing plagued us for so long. Work on transit to transport. Work on the freight elevators is still ongoing. All that stuff. To me, the most demoralizing, the most heartbreaking, the most aggravating thing is when your stuff disappears. It's just that simple. You spend hours in there. You work
What
your
did he
butt off.
say?
There are people who get together with members of their org to work towards earning a Polaris from Wicklow, and if they manage to put all their stuff on the elevator and the elevator doesn't eat it, they then get their Polaris. They then get their Atlas, ICTY. They then get their F8C, whatnot, and they
And there's
have
an
it.
update, and it's gone.
And then we release a patch, which
And
we
it's
used to
gone.
do every 3 or 4 months, and now
That's
we're
why I
doing
like Jared.
every month. So, as an unfortunate side effect of our change in our
He complains more than I
philosophy,
do.
We exasperated this problem, and now it's a gamble. It's a crapshoot. Every time we release a patch, it's just who gets to keep it, who gets
Yeah,
to
now
lose it.
no one does
Bing, bing,
Wicklow
bing,
stuff
bing,
because
bing,
there's
bing, bing.
no point.
What the heck is happening?
Yeah.
What is happening, and what the hell are we doing about it?
Alright, cool. LTP, right, is the famous
The
system we're
worst
talking about.
named thing in the world. No, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, let's go a bit into what LTP actually does, right? Because there's some misconception around it, and also a bit of misconception to the amount of effort actually put on it. But so historically, if we go back to the 3.x era, I guess, I think it's in the 3.x era.
Yeah.
We developed the first LTP system, right? Which came a bit as a side request, right? Which was we patched 4 times a year. It was a bit like, oh, there's some stuff players want to be able to persist. Cross patch. We're still in development, so it's okay. We're wiping all the time, and we want
They
to wipe
only used
because
to
blah, blah,
patch
blah,
4
there's other
times a year?
considerations. So let's build something. So we built a very small system initially to persist stuff, and the way that worked is that the game server would basically submit these commands to say this guy picked up a gun, this guy dropped a gun, this guy has this, and so that was a solution that kind of worked at the scale of a single server kind of system, and we had a lot less items at the time. That solution was in no way scalable, right? But it kind of did work better overall than the current one, to be honest. Now come PES 3.18, come 4.0 dynamic server meshing. Now we persist everything else, right? So we need to kind of change how we deal with long-term persistence. And so let me describe a bit how this works currently. So when you acquire a ship from, let's say, the web platform, right? That ownership record lives on the web platform. It's in there.
Other
right?
side?
And every time you log into the game, we
No,
check.
it's right there.
Oh, this guy has this thing. Does he have that ship in the game? In his entitlements, right?
It's called an entitlement. That's an important
All right.
term.
That's your entitlements, right?
That's your entitlement.
So the entitlement records. I know people are going to make the joke of, oh yeah, we're all entitled. Yeah. So the entitlement.
I wasn't
table-
going to make that joke. I respect these
preempting.
people.
I'm preempting you. So we make sure you have an entitlement record. When you actually open up your ASOP terminal, right, and you view your list of ships, what you're actually viewing is your list of entitlements, right? These are not your ships. These are actually your entitlement records. Attached to your entitlement records is the insurance document that goes with it, which describe the loadout of the ship. We call this an entity class loadout, which describes what is in each port, right? And if there's no entity class loadout or insurance document with it, then it's the default loadout. So that is your entitlement records. That's what you see in ASOP. Then we also query for, is there an entity for this entitlement record at the moment, right? And that will look at the game database in this current moment. Let's call it the inventory database for now, right? So we cross-link the two. So you'll for each row in your subterminal, you'll see your entitlement record. You'll see the state of the entitlement record will allow you to see if you need to deliver it first. That means I have no entity in the game. So when you deliver it, now we create the entity in the game. And then if it's stowed in an inventory, then you can retrieve it. Right? It starts from the entitlement record. And then if the ship is stowed, then you'll see its location is set, right? If it's left in space at a location, you'll see its location is set. If it's lost or destroyed, or I think there's a couple different states, but one of them is destroyed, then you can claim the ship, right? And then that will use the insurance document to destroy whatever matches this entitlement. So we have a way to find entities that were created from a given entitlement. Gets destroyed, and then we use the insurance document to give you a brand new ship, right, at the location where you're at. And so that's in-game. That's what you have in-game. That's the way the in-game part works, right? So let's do a clear example. I'm in New Babbage. I have a hawk in my list, and I deliver it. It gets created at that location. I retrieve it. It gets unstowed onto the pad. I use it around, blah, blah, blah. I fly out to another place. I lose the ship. I respawn in Fletcher. I could do my time. Then I go out to Grimex or whatever I respawn at. And now I'm at a different location. I see the hawk in my entitlement list, but the ship is nowhere to be found. I claim it. A new ship is created. It's put in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So before we go to the ones you get in game, which is just to reiterate this so everybody understands this before we move on to the next thing. Because people are always wondering, why do I always get the stuff I pay money for? Real money for, but the stuff that I earn in games is different. That's what we're in the process of explaining right now.
Yes.
Because the stuff that you get, that you pay actual money for, or that you get awarded through like a
The stuff is super
or,
important.
or a gift, like we gave the armor to a concierge a couple months ago and stuff like this. Those sit on the web platform. Every time you log into the game goes, hey, what am I entitled to? The platform says, these are the things you're entitled to, and it gives you back. That's why, remember the character reset back in the day and whatnot? That's all it did. It just refreshed those entitlements, and that's why you got those things back. That system is not simple. What Benoit described there was not simple in the least, but it's a pretty hefty system. It works. We know it works. It's why you are never in any risk of losing the things that you pledged for, and it's why sometimes certain items like the Race for Stanton stuff, trigger a thing that gives you a web platform entitlement, and those go into your My Hangar, and you see them in your My Hangar, and that's why you get those and you have that. That stuff is, for the most part, it's very stable. It's very stable. You can always rely on getting that stuff back. That's not how the in-game stuff works.
Correct.
Benoit.
So we went through the web platform stuff and how ASOP works, right? Let's go into, now I go to New Deal and I buy a ship with UEC, right? That will actually give you an entitlement, right? Because you can claim those ships, right? You can transfer those ships. So now, at that point, up to now, these will work identically, right? But when you log into the game, we don't reconcile from an outside source your list of purchased in-game ships. They are just entitlements in your account, right? And that's it. We keep them. Okay. Let's stay on ships for now, right? Before we get to items.
Let's stick with
right?
ships.
Now, the thing that's important to know here is that the actual ship you're playing with, the amount of possible states for that ship are almost infinite, right? You could leave the ship in space, you could leave it in your friend's hangar. For some reason, people are able to do that. You can stow it in inventory. It can be inside an Idris that's stowed in someone else's thing. All kinds of stuff can happen. And so there's multiple paths to update that specific state of that ship. Whereas your entitlement, once you have it, you have it. That's why your ASOP terminal always has it. Now, let's talk about how LTP works now. Now, this is within a game patch. When we release a new patch, inventory database, entitlement database, they're gone, right? We start from scratch. and now we're rebuilt. So you reconnect, you come in, your web purchases are being reconciled, we create new entitlements for them, and then when you get in-game, you create new ships, and then you play with those ships and everything works. What is LTP? LTP is when you acquire things in-game and you have ships that you own, right? The way LTP was designed, and maybe this is the part that, you know, there's a mistake there, right? But still, I'll explain how it works. When you stow something in an inventory that you own, the systems will create what we call LTP records. These LTP records basically say they're close to what an entitlement is, right? But they say Jared owns a Hawk, right? And those are stored in another database, right? That is outside the game environment and lives across patches, right? And so now when we wipe the entitlement database and we wipe the game database and we start fresh from a new patch, when we reconcile your account the first time, we're going to give you your web purchaser for sure, and we're going to give you back your LTP records. And so that will create those entitlements. That's the intent. Now the problem is, right? We need to make sure that we always stow the stuff back into inventories that we own properly, and that those records actually save properly, right? And it turns out that there's a million goddamn ways in which stuff gets stowed in this game. And so, for example, claiming a ship by insurance, then you get the ship, it gets stowed from another path, and in that path, the LTP wasn't correct. We've had cases where we tried to fix bugs related to the F7C turrets, for example, that got disconnected, that were a default loadout item that we didn't want to wipe when you claim insurance on it, and that messed up the LTP records for it. And so this whole thing basically is very fragile. And so what we realize now is that the list of LTP records and the way we update them is not always a slam dunk. In fact, there are a bunch of cases where
create the LTP record when you purchase the ship, not when you store it or call it or
where we realized 2 days
do it
after launching
immediately.
the
It's like,
way the
okay, they own
reporting
that
was
ship
going
because they
for the
spent
ships,
money on
there
it.
was an issue where instead of giving you, I'm going to take your Wicklow Polaris as my
Make
example, just
make
to
a
make it
list.
super egregious. Your
Check it
Wicklow
twice.
Polaris that you stowed in your inventory by going at your hangar and storing it back in would actually persist as one of its components in LTP. So you would get like a cooler instead of the ship, like you'd get, and so that was obviously a very big issue, and we had to we ran corrective programs to solve that. And so that's why, if you notice in 4.2.1, you didn't have much reports of people losing ships in 4.2.1. But now we're back at 4.3.0, and we've had reports of lost ships between patches. And so we're pretty certain at this point that we know that there's still cases where LTP records are incorrect, either through certain game flows. There's also, unfortunately, a lot of signal-to-noise ratio issues, like people claiming they've lost ships. We investigate their accounts; they never had those ships. We get a lot of that, right? And so at this point, we have to be very prudent. But
how dumb do you have to be to claim you lost a ship you never bought?
Lost in some of the stuff I'm checking. So
you gotta be real stupid.
We need to step back and explain how the checkout and the stow works, because that's causing some confusion. We'll do that in a second. But this bug where first bug is things aren't getting stowed right. Things aren't getting stowed right, and so. And
so it looks like your best bet, make sure all your ships are either delivered
sometimes it's not getting
and
stowed at all. Sometimes
retrievable
it's stowed and being logged as a component part or something else, and that's why it's like, oh, I'm supposed to have a ship. I don't have my ship, but I have this cooler instead. I don't think I own this cooler and whatnot. We were on a call, you and I, until, well, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. My time, when we were investigating this and just giving you examples, and we're trying to figure out
this ship is way more
you were
hard to
man
fly.
was literally inside the raw LTP database. We were checking individual items, like talking to backers on Twitter and Discord, and like, okay, when did you do this and what did you do this? Like working down at the most granular level in the middle of the night, trying to figure this out back in, I can't even remember what patch it was, to figure out that they were being stored as other items.
Yeah.
And so that you can write the SKU to fix that stuff. But all of this happens because of something that we haven't explained before, and that's the checkout and stow system. So talk to me about, and talk to me, it's okay, about how the checkout and stow on this LTP system works. And I'm gonna preface you people. I'm gonna preface this with something. We've admitted to a lot of peculiarities in the course of this show. Now we're about 2.5 hours in. We've been very candid. We've been very forthright. We've admitted to. Benoit said the words, "Can't trust Dev with this" or whatnot. It's like this. A lot of things are being said in jest and whatnot. What I can't control what you take away from this conversation that we've had. My hope would be a recognition that we're human and that we're constantly trying and growing and striving to do better. If you choose to take other stuff from that, I can't do much to help that.
Crash.
But explain the checkout and stow system, because that's what's going to light the bulb for a whole lot of people of what the struggle is here.
So you have the inventory system, right? Where that stuff goes and gets stored in there, and the records for these, let's say you have a ship that you store you're at your hangar, there's a ship on the pad. That ship is unstowed. It actually lives in the game shard database and is actively being simulated on, meaning we're getting updates from the game server on this ship, its position, its location, the state of doors, thrusters, all that stuff, right? It's, you know, multiple messages per second, right, on these things. So it's unstowed. Now you press the store button on your ASUP, right? Platform goes down, doors close. Now the system will stow that ship. What that means is it deletes the ship from the shard, removes it from the game world, and then moves it to the inventory system. So it gets stored into your inventory location, your location inventory, right? Gets stored in there. At that point, if you own the inventory where the ship is getting stored, we create an LTP record for it. Meaning that if we wipe the patch right at this second, and you come back in the new patch, we will give you back that ship for sure, right? Now, through the hangar, 100%, right? But there's other areas where we create ships when they're already stored, right? There are areas where we do repair and we modify stuff like that. Those are the areas where now the LTP record might
I think that's what happened to my Hornet. My Hornet was in a different...
The other thing is, when we stow things into an inventory
It wasn't stowed, and it was in a different server.
Ship, right? This is the bit that sometimes
when the update happened.
It's the tree of the ship, right? So if the ship has a
box to where my last location was
32 SCU of boxes that have handguns in them, I'm going to give you the ship plus the handguns. Anything in that tree that is flagged for the long-term processing. So this is where designers look at items in the game and they say, this we want to store cross-patch, right? There are things we do not want to store cross-patch. Ammo, consumables, stuff like this, we don't want to store this cross-patch, right? That's a design decision that we've taken in the past. And so there's this whitelist that comes into play that decides what items will create LTP records for and when those get processed. And so the process of taking something that you're storing and then creating LTP records from it is really about processing the whole tree. So when you store an address, we might be creating hundreds of LTP records for stuff that's in it, right? And so that gets to be an issue. Also, like if you have you can start thinking about the edge cases now, right? You have a constellation. I don't even know if it fits actually. Let me take a smaller ship. You have a Gladius in the bay of an Idris, and you store the Idris in your inventory. Technically, you might get the LTP record for the Gladius in this case. Right? Now it depends on ownership and how that's actually trickling. And so
that's how I got the tack.
And so when we told players in the
I got the
past,
tack
you need to
because
store
I have
something,
my
right?
respawn point set
Right?
in the
I'll give
tack,
you a concrete example of where there would
and it
be
wasn't,
lost
and you
ship.
didn't store it.
Based on
I
these
think
parameters,
that's
let's
what
say there's no
happened. That's
defect
how I
on the
got the
system,
tack.
which we're not completely sure yet. I'm pretty certain there is a defect, but let's start with there's no defect.
Welcome.
You play the game with your Gladius and you leave it in space somewhere, and now you respawn at your station, and your ASOP says Gladius destroyed, right, or whatever, and now you have the claim button, right, and you're like, oh cool, yeah, I'll do that later, and you leave the game, and then we patch. You don't have that shit.
Dude, that's
Because when
exactly
we
what
upload
happened to
the
me.
ship
That
to
is
the game shard to play
exactly
with
what
it,
happened to
we
me.
remove the LTP record for it. Right? That's the way the system is designed. Now, we're gonna change that. Because
Yeah, create the list
there's too
when you
many
purchase the ship,
paths in which
not when I
stuff gets
interact
sold that
with
could
the
lead to
ship.
problems or that don't respect the rules properly.
Who did
That's what
that?
we've
Like,
come to
that's such a
realize. So,
stupid thing to do.
without going into too much details about how we do this, right? But this is a bit part of our item imprint.
If you purchase a
Epic,
ship in game,
so very
it should
large,
be the list should be created then.
approach there, because we always said item recovery tier 0 is just tier 0, so there's more item imprint work there. But part of this is a revamp of how we deal with long-term persistence. And we're going to take a very, I'm going to say, simple approach to this. We're going to persist your entitlements across patches. And so instead of trying to always reconcile all the data from the game state, which I just gave a couple of examples, but I could
It's
go
insane.
on, right? Of
Yeah, why
examples
would you do
where
that?
you know, the turducken example of like stuff and stuff and stuff.
That's
and stuff,
crazy
right?
to
And
find
all
out
these
that's how
things
they've been
can,
doing it.
Cause either the records to go to the wrong place or the wrong things being persisted. So
Like
instead
the
of that,
list
we're gonna persist
changes
entitlements. So
based
that
on
means
your
that if you
gameplay.
see a
That's
ship in your
retarded.
ASOP
If you
terminal,
purchase
you're
something,
gonna come
it's
back
now
to the
yours.
next patch.
It
You're
never
guaranteed to have the same list.
doesn't
There's
become
no
yours
ifs, no
anymore,
buts,
no
because we're
matter
keeping
what
that
you
database
do
cross-patch.
gameplay-wise.
And
That
now,
shouldn't
the other
matter at
questions
all.
People I've seen some comments. People are like, "Why don't you just persist the whole thing across patches?" Right? We cannot do that for reasons related to the data format. So, let's say between 4.2 and 4.3, the Gladius to play with is not the same Gladius between patches. It's completely
Obviously.
changed. Its shape has changed. Its entity hierarchy has changed. The parameters on them have changed. The components that drive it have changed. And
Oh, I
so
see. So you can't persist
we
everything
don't yet
because
have the
things that
tools
get
or
updated change,
the,
so they
the
have
proper
to be
approach to
reset.
version every single part of the game properly so that we could forward migrate
Dude,
the data.
doing
right?
full
So that
development
the
while
Gladius that
everyone's
you've stored
playing
in
the game
4.2,
is
it's
a
all tree, it's parameters,
bitch
it's snapshots,
to
it's
have to
variables, all that
deal
stuff.
with.
You come back in 4.3 and we're like, we migrated to the next one. That's something we want to do, but we're completely not there yet. And so we need this LTP layer. So your entitlement records actually serves that purpose right now, because when you claim a ship from insurance, we will basically do the same exact thing, which is we persist the fact that you own the ship, and we allow you to obtain a recent version of that ship on the current patch. It'll be exactly the same mechanic.
So let me attempt to do Chris hands here, and say it another way so that between your way and my way, people will have
Sure.
an understanding. And you tell me if I ever mess up. So you buy something on the website, it gets stored in a website version of this database where all these things are done.
Okay, but
log
if you
in-
buy
log into
something
the
in
game.
a store in
When
the
you log in
game, it should
says,
be
hey,
the
I need my
exact same
entitlements. What are the
thing,
things that
stored
that
in
this person owns
the
from this other
website
thing?
with your
Queries
account.
This other database that's on the platform, on the web, whatever, gets a list of things, pulls down, and that's why you have it. That system works. It's great. It's pretty robust. It's people don't have any trouble getting the stuff that.
So
the
why didn't you
RFI has
replicate that
always- that's
system
great.
for the in-game
Boom.
stuff?
All right. Everything else you buy in the game is super insanely plentiful, from giant spaceships made of all these components down to individual bullets and everything. It's all physicalized and whatever. Maintaining all of that for every single player, every single version that gets left over and stuff is simply not possible. Simply too big a thing. So we have to decide what to save and what not to save. LTP is a separate database, not the entitlement database over here, a separate database of the things that you have purchased, found, earned in game that gets locked to that. We make
Okay, I understand
choices
things
on
you
what that is.
find.
Bullets?
That's different.
No.
That's in the
Med bends?
gameplay.
No.
You
A
interact with
spaceship?
it, then it
Yes.
becomes yours.
Armor, yeah. So and there's
But your
lots of areas
spaceship
that
you
we'll
buy
go
with
into
money.
extremes here.
When
Med
you
bends
buy
and
it with
spaceships. We'll use
money,
spaceships.
that list should
We'll
be
keep the
created
spaceships
and
as the example
saved
because it's the
then.
easiest way to explain this.
Not
You
when
bought the
you,
spaceship, you've earned the
not
spaceship,
when you
whatever,
store your
you
ship every time. That's
land
like
it in a hangar, you stow it.
That
boom,
makes sense
it
for, like,
creates an
armor and stuff
LTP
like
record.
that.
It doesn't create that LTP record until
But
you
vehicles,
got
that
it
makes
home,
no
you stowed it,
sense.
and boom, you've got it. The next time you try to fly it,
Can I
you
leave
pull it
now?
up from the hangar. That coming up from the hangar elevator is more than just a nice visual. It is a representation of what's happening to your LTP record. It is pulling that out of LTP and moving it into the live server game database, the universe of the world, so that you can fly it around. It needs to do this in order to work for things like piracy and theft and prevent item duplication. It has to come out of there to go here. So that's how we prevent duplication. This is all in a perfectly working scenario. There are plenty of bugs that creep in here. People are like, wait, I didn't stow this and I came back to 2 versions of the ship. Those are bugs. We're talking about how it was designed to work. Take it out, you're flying, it's no longer in LTP, you're flying around. It's out there until you bring it back to a hangar, stow it, make it go down. And at which point it recreates the LTP record, puts it back in.
How did
If
I
your ship is
die
destroyed
over there?
while you're out flying it, it
What did I
doesn't
hit?
create your new LTP record until you hit the claim button. You hit the claim button and then it cleans that up, puts it into the LTP record. So that's not something we've ever been super great at communicating to people, and why sometimes it's like, well, why have I lost the ship? Why have I not lost the ship? We're explaining these things to help you better fight that fire.
Okay, but you
until
could have
these new
explained this
changes
9
come.
months ago.
That system has lots of bugs, lots of flaws, lots of issues here and there. If you took anything
This
from
is
Ben
wild
Ross'
to be finding out how they've been
conversation,
doing
his
this
attitude,
whole
his demeanor,
time.
we fully recognize the limitations of
And
it.
that they
Like
already have a
anything,
working
Star
system,
Citizen is a
right? That's the
product of
thing.
its time,
They already have a
needs to
system
be
that works
revised and-
through the with the
helped
website and
bolster
stuff
just
when people
as it
buy
continues
ships
to
with
grow
real
and get
money.
more complex.
Because they had to make sure
Those are
that works
things you can
because
do
that's real money being
to
thrown
help
around.
assuage that. Obviously, everybody
In-game
knows the
money,
thing
they
about
clearly
landing and
just
getting it
don't
back
care
to
at
the
all.
hangar. Don't forget to claim your things.
Your
in the
time,
ASOP.
basically, they
It's
don't
not
care
gonna fix
about.
everything. Still, all the outlying bugs and issues and stuff, but it's another thing that you can do to help yourself in the meantime. That said, we have a new solution that we're going to put into effect, and I'm not going to say anything when.
Tell us the release date of the patch every time so that we can
We are when you
know
earn a
to
ship,
store
when
our
you buy a
stuff
ship
and
whatnot,
claim it.
It ensures you've gone through the mission reward or the Wicklow thing or the bind. Not when you steal it from somebody else, but when you do one of the legitimate ways. We are going to create an entitlement record, not an LTP record, an entitlement record.
This is what I
up in
just said
another
they should do.
database That's just like the
And now
one
this
that
is
we
like what
use
they
for
say they're
when
gonna
you
do.
buy
It's like,
things.
yeah.
And then from that point on,
You
now
guys
that
aren't
we've created
geniuses. I
that
came up
record
with
over
that like
there
2
in that
minutes ago.
database, not inside LTP. That means that
When you purchase the
no
ship,
matter
create
what
the
happens,
list. That's
next
literally
time
what
you
I
log
said
in,
like
you're gonna have
multiple
access to your ship.
times. And now
Next
he's
time we do a
explaining
patch, you're gonna
when
have
you
access
buy
to your
the
ship
ship,
with
we're
the
gonna create a
same
list. It's like,
stability and the same reliability as the system we use to sell things.
oh no.
And stuff like that. So that is what they're working on right now. So we don't have to wait for the
I'm not,
changes to LTP in order to resolve this terrible issue of people losing ships that they've bought with in-game money or earned through Wicklow rewards and stuff like that.
I'm not equipped to fight you.
That was actually pretty good. I mean,
Tryhards.
couple of things not correct, but not even worth it. I think that's really fine.
All right. You want to tell anybody about when we might?
Well, we're actively working on this right now. So the big parts of the online team are dedicated to this. There's a few things that we need to solve in order to put this into full production. Like, release it. Obviously, since those are backend systems, they have to be super robust and very well tested because you know what happens when they're not. But that's the approach. In the meantime, though, we're discussing mitigating options, right? So I'm not going to promise those here, but we did do a mitigation in 4.2.1. Actually, kind of worked for ships, specifically ships, not all items, but for ships. And so we might actually use that again to ease up on some of the pressure before all the systems come in. Because the reality is, your entitlements is what you're actually driving at from the ASOP terminal, and so we can just ensure that you have all those entitlements again, right? And so that's the mitigation. So we're probably going to be putting that into play, just so that in the meantime, while we're developing the feature, there's not as much, ship loss and things like that.
Somebody in the chat's like, Jared, star splaining again. Yeah. It's my grandfather used to serve on the USS Tingy, and his job, he served on it during World War II in Korea, and his job was to be the person that sat next to the captain, and when the captain gave the order to repeat the order in the radio and whatnot, so you heard the same thing from two different voices in two different ways, so that you understood, so that it reduced the amount of misunderstanding and what happens inevitably, because I guess we've been doing this for a while. Drink, everybody. Is you'll have one person say it, you only have one person say it, and half the people get it, and that's great, and half the people don't get it because it's not delivered quite the way. So we've found over the years, much to the annoyance to some people who call it star-splaining, that when you say it two different ways, it helps both halves of the people in the community understand. There's usually somebody that gets it from one way and somebody that gets it from the other way, and we like to do both because that's our job. So you can call it star-splaining if you want, but
I think you did a pretty good job, to be honest.
What else we got left, Benoit? That was pretty much all of our big ticket things.
I think so.
I know, folks. Before we let you go, I mean, we got 10 minutes left before we hit 3 hours. Let's go ahead and try. Recently, there was some press and stuff like that. Turbulent, or some part of Turbulent, is becoming what is it called? Cloud Imperium Games Montreal stuff. How's that going?
Very good, actually. I mean, we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the merger, right? The Turbulent and CIG, and then, I mean, it's going really well. I think overall so we did want to do some adjustments though, because like, the Turbulent teams, even though they're fully working on Star Citizen, we're still under the Turbulent name, right? Which causes a bunch of grief, to be honest, in like having to explain, when we're hiring people and we're bringing into the team, it's like, so what is there? It's Star Citizen, but it's Turbulent, but really we're the same. Like, it's okay. Like, that doesn't help, right? So we we all wanted to make sure that this was kind of one good unified message. And so for the game teams over there, basically we kind of split the two businesses because Turbulence still exists as a web company, right? And the web teams are fully inside CIG now. And so changing the name of the studio to Cloud and Param Games Montreal made sense, right? To be able to leverage the outstanding talent in the city and build stable teams over there, and the team has grown quite a bit. And so this was really about clarifying stuff like this, and I think it's going well. I mean, the integration has been fantastic so far. I mean, the way the teams operate across the board at CIG are improving. I think that even though there's transatlantic time zones, you can see a lot of the fruit of the collaborations between the teams show up right in the stuff that we've produced this year. The teams travel back and forth, the key leads are exchanging, and there's a really good gel between this. And so no, it's been, to be honest, really positive so far. So it's good.
Well, that about does it for what I have for you, Benoit. Chat's been like SCL stands for Star Citizen Long. Sometimes, at least when Benoit and I get together, and people are like, Star Citizen SCL longer than CitizenCon Direct. That's crazy. Yeah, it will be longer than CitizenCon Direct. Let's talk about that for a second.
All right.
Still got some time. Yeah. So in case folks don't know, CitizenCon Direct is coming. It's on October 11th. It's why I'm here in my office and not in the spaceship. We've set the spaceship up as a permanent filming location for CitizenCon. Why is SCL longer than CitizenCon Direct? Because this just takes me and Benoit. This just takes me and Benoit doing absolutely no prep, absolutely no prior discussion. Just like, hey, you want to chat for like 3 hours about all these things? I'm just going to ask you about a bunch of crap, and you're going to, tell the truth. Like, yeah, we can do that. This is a relatively easy thing. Don't equate length with a difficulty. CitizenCon, even a CitizenCon Direct, still involves 20, 30 different people all doing their part, and we got to work with all their schedules and stuff like that. And then there's editorial, there's editing it all together because it's like 5 different cameras at 4K each, and then there's all the B-roll creation, which is the same wonderful dedicated 6-person team that makes all the trailers and all stuff like that. So they got to do that in between the win, and then reviews and reshoots and all that kind of stuff. So don't equate length with quality. Never said those words before. That was for him. He's laughing over there. You can't see him. But I do want to say, if you are some more things about CitizenCon Direct, if you're a subscriber to the Squadron 42 newsletter, that went out that just went out with a map of the Odin system. There was a note at the end there about the Squadron 42 team still being heads down and working on that.
Still using sticks.
I want to second the information there, and I want to start explaining the information that was there. There will
Almost
be
died.
no Squadron 42 presence at CitizenCon Direct this year. So just in case there was any kind of people were like, I didn't quite understand the message, or maybe the message
have to
wasn't
use sticks.
fully clear and whatnot. And if it
Why
wasn't,
would I
maybe
stop
that was on
using
us.
sticks?
That
I
team
just
is
started.
Heads down.
I have a whole journey ahead of me to get good on these.
2026. I don't know if we're going to make it. I
I'm
just
so
know that we're
bad.
going to do every
So
single
bad.
thing possible to make it. And part of that is not taking time for the distraction of Citizen. That's why we're not doing a larger event this year. It's why we're doing a smaller, more focused thing. Even when we did Digital CitizenCon, those were still these big 6, 8, 10-hour things. We called that CitizenCon.
We're
This
gonna
is
go
not
slow.
CitizenCon. It's CitizenCon Direct. It's a much smaller, more focused thing, specifically on the work of the Star Citizen team and what they
218.
plan for the next year of development. We're not going to look at 1.0 stuff and stuff like this. It's just we're going to take a look at what the next year of our intention is for that. So it's a much smaller, more dedicated thing. I think you're still going to enjoy it. People who are working on it are doing a lot of really hard work to make it as entertaining and informative as possible. But again, just want to be real clear with the expectations management. No Squadron 42 presence at all. That's not a release date. That's not any of that stuff. We're letting those people stay focused. We're letting those people stay focused. We're on track. There's nothing to report. There's no mystery. There's no anything we're hiding or whatever. It's just like we said when we announced Star Citizen. It's like we said when we announced Star Citizen Direct. We were trying to stay out of everybody's way and let them focus and let them do the work that they're here to do, which is make the game.
It's also a misconception that all the resources are in Squad 42, right? Like the reality is there's 2 teams, right? And we got to push both games, right?
And not all the resources, but most of the resources are going to Squadron 42. Come on, bro.
A bit more secrecy, right?
Don't cap.
Yeah.
We all know.
It's not a. So I can already see the chat. The chat's already like, oh, it means this, it means that.
At least in the last 2 years, it's definitely been
means
that
that
way.
when it's time for the game to come out, you're going to hear a lot more about it. It's always been different. We've always been all big yappy on Star Citizen and less yappy on Squadron. So it's just an extension of that. It's just as we get closer to our intended release date in 2026, we will start opening up the doors, opening up the communication. You'll start seeing more of all that kind of stuff that you would expect in a proper go-to-market campaign. It's just we're just doing this. We're staying out of everywhere. It's the same thing. That's why there's fewer
Maybe I
ISPs
should
this year. That's why there's fewer
invert.
SELs this year. We just
I
want
upthrust.
people as part of this change that we talked about for the first 30 minutes of this show.
So right now I have my
people's focus being
up and down strafe, like
that's it. It's really no more complicated than that. So
up is like this.
When the time is right.
Down
see
is like
plenty of
this,
Squadron
but I
42
feel
stuff,
like
I
I'm
promise.
doing it
So
opposite.
with that said, that's it. That's our show. 3 hours. Thank you, of course, to Benoit, who flew halfway around the world to sit in a room.
Yeah, I don't know.
That way.
I don't know about my lateral
and
thrust
take the
right
time,
now. I
to
don't
sit
know
and show
about it.
this.
I even put my TDK shirt just for you.
I know.
Don't.
You know, I'm an astute
I
collector.
either got to get used to it, or
high-quality
I got to
audio
change
segments.
it because it doesn't
So thanks for
feel.
watching.
I think I keep
Thanks for hanging out
confusing
with
it,
us. Thanks for being
which isn't good.
respectful in
That
chat
means
to
it's
your fellow
not,
chatters. Saw a lot of folks with a lot of good conversation there. And thank you, as always, again.
That means it's not intuitive. If I keep getting confused, like which is up, which is down. I keep thinking like down is up. I think. Because I was going to do that as my throttle, but I actually prefer doing my throttle by pushing the stick forward or pulling it back. And then my yaw is the same thing. Like forward thrust, push the stick forward, side thrust, push the stick sideways. It's like that's super intuitive. But then that doesn't leave any space for my it doesn't leave anywhere else to put my lateral thrust other than on the twist of the left stick, which I thought would make sense, but it's not like coming through in my brain like roll, because I'm rolling forward to go down right now, but if you roll forward, you're kind of rolling up. You know, that's scroll up, basically, if you roll forward. So I think I need to invert it, maybe. It's good to catch this now before you get used to something, and it's, like, not very intuitive. And you're starting to get used to it. If you have a hat switch that is clearly up and down, left, right, you can also at least make adjustments. Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking. I was thinking about doing a hat switch here because it has nothing on it currently. And up, like, I'm used to tapping, right? Because I'm used to the keyboard, whereas spacebar is up thrust and control is down thrust. And I'm just wondering if I should just, like, I'm doing that and it's like up thrust, up thrust, up thrust. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. I think I just have to invert it. I just gotta figure it out. It's probably gonna take like a week or two to really figure all this out. There's still keybinds I haven't set that I want to set. For the most part, it's going well, though. I'm figuring it out.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Yeah, no, I thought about where I could put lateral thrust on my right stick, and I was like, nah, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna make sense in my head if I try to change it to the side. Cause, I mean, basically, I've set it up in a way where it's like the right stick is really targeting focused. The only thing that's on the right stick, on the middle, like, I don't know what you call it, the D-pad kind of thing on the stick. Up and down on the right stick is my speed limiter, because my right thumb, because you got to be able to like just touch it, right, to get like very slight changes in the speed limiter. And I just got way more control with my left thumb than I do with, my right thumb than I do with my left thumb. So that's the only thing that's like thrust flight oriented that's on the right stick. And I have the doors, like open and close doors is left and right on that D-pad, which I actually really like. Because I'm used to like O and I for open and I for close. Alt O, Alt I. So I'm used to like open being on the right side and close being on the so that's like intuitive for me. I said it last night and forgot, and when I went to open something today I was like, I probably did this, and I was like, yeah, that's what I did. So that I'm leaving, but I am having problems with my up and down thrust. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just gotta fly a little more to figure out exactly what I want to do.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
This is literally the first day I'm flying though with sticks, cause even last night I didn't fly. I was in the hangar setting things up, and then I ran into an issue where I was half asleep, but if I touched the thrust forward or back at all, it would just get locked into going backwards. And the only way I could stop is by speed limiter off, like all the way down. And so I was like, yeah, I can't even leave the hangar. I was like, I'm too tired to figure this out right now. I'll do it tomorrow. So I jumped on a little earlier before the stream and figured that out, and it was all working. I was like, okay, let's try fly. And honestly, my aim is atrocious, but I didn't die. Like, I didn't crash into an asteroid, which really surprised me. And then I didn't die. I did easy missions, but my aim is so bad. I thought my aim was bad with the mouse. Whew. I got some work to do. I gotta spend some time in the arena commander doing like the Vandal Swarm or something, because my aim is really bad. I also gotta figure out like sensitivity. I think my my pivot like left and right is a little weird. There's like a dead zone on the controller itself for that. So I need to, once I figure out all the buttons and everything's good, then I'm gonna start doing like sensitivity tweaking. Twist, it does seem like a good idea, but I think I'm just getting it backwards. It's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like when you're flying a jet with a gamepad with a controller. It's, you know, to go up you push the stick down. You know what I mean? It's you just gotta like make that connection. I don't think I've made that connection yet, but I think it's because of the scroll thing. Social media has destroyed my mind. And now I think scrolling, pointing down is scrolling up, so I think down is up. Because when I do this, it's like, no, I'm gonna invert it. Because when I do this, my wrist goes down. And when I push it forward, the front of the stick noses down, but my wrist goes up. And I think that's down, down, up. No. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try invert it and see how that goes. I don't know if it'll be good. Have a good night, Equinox.
The ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's gonna be some work, that's for sure. But I'm here for it. I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna miss low flying for a few weeks because I can't I can't low fly. Can't do it. I'm not comfortable enough to get close to the ground yet. I got close to the ground and then I went to up thrust and I down thrusted. It was dead in 2 seconds. I've got her. I'm gonna try it. Try invert these settings here. Version settings, flight movement, pitch, yaw, roll, strafe, up, down. Let's invert that. Let's see how that goes.
Welcome to the ASOC
I
vehicle
might
retrieval
throw
system.
some music on in a bit here.
Vehicle selected.
I'll be on like another half an hour or so, but I don't
Your vehicle
know
has
how
been
many
delivered
times
to
I'm gonna
the
die
following location.
in that half an hour. Put some music on.
Please visit us.
Honestly, I did better today than I thought I would. But that being said, I'm not very good still. I'll get there though. These sticks are really nice. They're smaller than I thought they were gonna be, and way higher quality than I thought they were gonna be. Whoever engineered these sticks, the NXT Gladiators, there's some really good engineering under there. Surprisingly. Okay, I think before I leave, let's get some music on. Close that and get it off the screen. This one can't go. All right. And then I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. All right. Let's get back into it. Oh no. I gotta reset that. This button. I should find a mapping arena commander that I can free fly on a planet, because I'm gonna die so much learning how to fly on sticks. I might as well cut out the respawn time. I'm stuck. There we go. Server FPS just took a dump. That's up, up. That's down. Oh wait, it's not the same. I inverted it. It's the same as it was before. Oh, there's stuff going on here. What have I done? There's a mantis here. I was like, why am my nav speed doing 225 meters per second? It's because I flew into an area where there's a mantis. That's what happened. There's a couple shitheads out here. Good to know. I just won't jump to the OMs anymore. Shitheads fester at the OMs. That's the secret. Also, you're such a loser if you're flying around in a mantis. Like, I'm sorry, but you are. I'm just gonna solo a mantis, not let anybody jump away. Slow everyone down, not let them jump away. He's lucky I wasn't on mouse and keyboard in my Hornet, because he'd be the one in the hospital right now. Headphones on? Yes. Any of the planets. That's not cool. Oh, there's selling. Daymar? Yella. Where's Daymar? Is it perfectly behind Crusader? They do this to you. They don't show you the asteroid mining bases. I despise how this game forces you to use the star map all the time. Like, I can't see this marker, for instance, even though it's right in front of my face within the space. I can't just jump to it. I have to open the map, click on it, and then calculate the jump. It's the most annoying part of this whole game. Is the navigation is just really bad. So when I leave the station, because I can't see markers, I gotta make 3 jumps to the place I want to go instead of just 2 jumps. Because I have to set routes. Wait, so I set a route and it won't let me cancel it, but it won't let me jump to Daymar because I have a route set. You see how retarded this is? I can't cancel the route, so I can't see Daymar. So I have to... Oh, now everything's back? Okay, so now I can see Daymar. See, but I had to go into the map and then leave the map so that I could see Daymar. But I also didn't cancel the route I had set to the mining base. What a mess. It's such a mess. It doesn't work. And it's just getting worse. It wasn't so bad. Like 6 months ago, navigation was fine. It was a bug here and there, but it wasn't like this. Where like every time I go to jump somewhere, there's like something I gotta deal with. Okay. Where was I? Flats? I don't know where I was. I think I'm upside down. Let's go to the garden. Looks like it's in the sun. Yeah. I think I'm gonna find an Arena Commander map that I can fly in tomorrow. I gotta get comfortable with these controls. It's gonna take a while. out. Okay, so I changed what my up and down strafe was, but it didn't change. I inverted it, but it's still the same as it was before. Yeah, it's not intuitive. The up and down thrust on the handle on the twist, it's not intuitive. Like I try to pitch out instead of up thrust for some reason. I don't know why. Dang, I'm gonna have to change that. It's really bad. Hey, what's up, Winter? I'm struggling. I can't fly. You're a better low flyer than me. 100%. My mic keeps peaking. I don't know why. It's the same settings. Oh, it's bad. I can low fly for like 20 seconds and then I die. So I did say 16 minutes ago that I got half an hour left to stream, but I don't know how much I'm going to die, and I've already died twice in 16 minutes. Let's go for something a little more solid, less twitchy. Jump the old hurricane. Shot a -6. That's not bad. I was always a bogey golfer. I could never. If it was a par 9, I'm getting 9 under. It's not, or 9 over. Sorry, it's not. I'm like, I could never break. I could never break the bogey golfer thing ever. So yeah, -6. That's better than me. Right off the bat. And I used to golf. I wouldn't say I used to golf a lot. I used to go to the driving range a lot with friends. So I can hit a ball good, but I think I'm not competitive enough to push myself in sports. That's probably why I was always into skateboarding. I don't really care what other people are up to. Also, I want to test the open feature in this ship. I want to be able to open the canopy, but not the seats, if that makes sense. So let's see here. Landing gear. I can't believe they put this green on here. Green looks awful. It should be a darker green. That would look good. Okay, so if I open all, it does nothing. Okay. I don't know if you can open the canopy. That up thrust is mean. Yo, it's not there, right? Yeah. I'm just like, there's a door. I'm pretty sure it just opened. Okay, now I gotta find Daymar again. Will they just let me do a thing to it? No, see, if I do a route there, then it takes me to the OMs where there's a bunch of shitheads and mantises. The sticks are dang. The sticks are fine. They're good, I'm just bad. I can't jump there. Wait. I guess I can jump. No, if I jump there, I'll just get... I have no guns, so... I can't jump to a place that has shithead players because I can't even protect... I can't even try to defend myself. This is so shit. I really like if the navigation in this game was better, it would be such an extremely better game. Can I jump there without going to an OM? No, everything's OM. Jump to OM. Jump to OM. It's like, how about you don't jump me to the place where there's gankers right now? How about that, game? I can't go anywhere without it wanting to jump me to OM1. Let's try Selin, I guess. No, I can't jump to Daymar from Selin. Can I jump here? Wow. One place I can jump to where it won't take me to OM1. One single location. Okay, now can I go to Daymar? What? Where's... It's just not showing me Daymar. It's like the one place I want to go. It just won't show it to me. Forces me to go back in the map. CIG's so lucky I have patience. Yo, it's right here. Why can't I pick it? Oh, look at that. It wants to jump me back to it. Look how retarded this is, guys. Like, I'm sorry, but how can you not complain about this? It is so bad. I'm sitting right here, and I'm within Crusader space. You can see the ring right there. I want to jump to Daymar. It says, no, you can't jump to Daymar. You have to jump back to Crusader. It's like, why? It's so stupid. So now I have to jump back to Crusader instead of just being able to jump straight to Daymar. Like you always can, right? It's not like you can't before, but that's what I want to do. It's like, no, that's what I always do, and now I just can't do it for no reason. Drives me insane. Like, it's such a small thing that they could fix too, and to make the game just so much more efficient and enjoyable, but they just, I don't know. Everyone's bitching about elevators to get the message through that we need better navigation. Elevators don't matter if you can't navigate around properly. There's like no point. It's probably the only thing I consistently bitch about in this game is the navigation, the star map, because it's shit. It's been shit for like the entire existence of this game, and they've like shown a better version and they don't give it to us. That was like, actually yeah, last CitizenCon they showed us this whole new star map and how it's gonna work and everything, and then they didn't. They gave us a few like overlay maps. Like when you're in a station, there's a station map in the top corner. It's like, cool beans. That doesn't help me, like, at all. How about you make the jumping work? That'd be great. If I could look at something I want to jump to and then just jump to it, that'd be great. Because, you know, that's how see, that's the issue. It's like, it used to work and now it doesn't, and they're not doing anything about it for so long. It drives me insane. And I know it's not a tough thing for them to fix. Okay, let's get decoupled. Speed set to like 2. It's gotta be slow because I'm not. Every movement I make, I have to think about it. It's not good. I know now why people who have sticks fly with their nose facing the ground. Because you can. Because up thrust is it's not a button. I'm gonna figure this out though. Get there. My goodness. So that's down. Okay. That's up. Down. Up. Up. Yeah, it's not very intuitive for me. The thruster thing I got set up. It's a little confusing. I think it's because of my thrust. So my thrust is forward, and I go forward. But then if I twist forward, it goes down instead of up. I think I gotta have it the other way. I'll figure it out. I could get used to this though also. Either way, I don't think it's intuitive. So I'll be honest, there's one thing I might change, and I don't know if I'm crazy for this or not, but I might put roll on the left stick and put the side thrust, side strafe on the right stick. I don't know if I will though. It's a weird one. I think that's just because what I had on my controller when I played Elite Dangerous. I think that's what I had. Because I keep wanting to side strafe with my right hand. Which I don't know if I like that. I need so much practice though. Well, I haven't died yet, so we're making progress. I fly inverted now pretty easily though. I don't have hit tracking on. I get the hang of it. Like I can feel sometimes it's like super smooth and then I got to think about it and then I make a mistake. It's not second nature to me. That's all. I mean, it took me like 4 months to learn how to low fly with a mouse and keyboard, so. We'll get there. I'm already feeling it's like much better. It's because when I was doing space combat, you don't up thrust as much. You don't have to. And so doing space combat earlier, I wasn't getting used to the up thrust. Whoops. I like this though a lot. For low I mean, I'm doing this for low flying, right? I never got sticks for like combat. I'm not gonna be a PvP tryhard, it's not gonna happen, but it feels really good, like even though I'm bad, it feels good. Ah! Oh, I bounced. We bounced. Let's go. I actually bounced. That was a hard bounce. Okay. Almost lost it. Kind of confuses me when I gotta side strafe and up thrust because it's I mean I like this, I gotta get used to it. I'm not used to this. We're getting there though. Making progress already. Minus my red nose. Dude, I have directional thrust now, it's so nice. Oh, I can do this now. Ah. I couldn't do this before because I couldn't control my thrust between like going inverted and not inverted. Hey, what's up, Akira? Akira? I can't read from this far away. Which planet is this? This is Daymar. It's a moon of Crusader. I call these, I call moons planets too. You can like fly like this. Oh. So you can fly sideways, but then you gotta like oh, I don't have head tracking. Head tracking. Oh, the way you can find the way you can find the middle. Can't do that yet. Can't fly sideways yet. Hell yes. Low flying is the way. Oh man, the popping. I don't know if it's popping for you guys. It was popping. Why is my mic like that? I would change any settings. I'm gonna have to turn some of the sensitivity down. Yeah, low flying is the way. When life gives you lemons, you go low flying. At least that's what I do. The problem is learning to use new sticks is just full of lemons. I'm getting lemons while I'm low flying. It's not supposed to be this way. Dude, sometimes I wish I could be new. I could like start games again. Like there's always that like that honeymoon when you find a good game and it's like, oh, I like this game. And there's that like honeymoon where like the game's perfect, it's awesome. Bugs just make you laugh. It's like I miss that with this game. Now I'm just like super critical, get pretty salty here and there. I'm still a massive advocate though of the game. You want to see some cool stuff, Akira, go to Pyro. Go to Pyro 5. Just go fly around all the moons, Pyro 5. Well, not all the moons, some of them suck. Go to Ignis. Obviously go to Pyro 4. Actually, just go to Pyro 4. It's the moon of Pyro 5. It's awesome. My favorite place in the game. And it's not even close. Monarchs might be close. It is closer. Oh! How am I still alive? That's a double bounce, and earlier I already bounced. And I have a red nose and no shields. I should be dead. The game's like, stay on, just 10 minutes more. It's like, okay, you got me. Oh, I did, no, I'm done. This is me thrusting forward. I lost the thruster. Well, that was fun. Can I counter this somehow? Nah. Not really. Kind of. Let's see here. Oh, it's spinning fast. No. There's no ways. I'm not even gonna be able to land. This is like... Oh, once you get to full speed, you're good. I can control this with my speed limiter, technically. If I wanted to slow down or speed up. Except if I speed up, I'll turn left. Yeah. If I slow down, you can slow down fine. But if I speed up, I turn left. Yeah, it's not gonna work. When you got lemons, you make lemonade. Exactly. Low flying is lemonade. It is. It is the lemonade. Or you're gonna die. Just kidding. You're not gonna die. Just gotta speed up slowly. Okay. The fact that I'm only flying with one thruster right now. And I don't know what I'm doing. Keeps trying to pull left. Stop it. What is happening? Look how red my ship is. I must be a cat. I must be a cat. Just a few more lives. I probably got like 3 left. Let's see. No, don't go that way. Woo. I used to be good at this, and then I bought sticks. I already know I'm going to be infinitely better at low flying if I, because I bought sticks. I just got to get used to this. My goodness. Actually, I'm making much better progress than I thought I was gonna. I gotta get off, but I don't want to get off. I got a red paint job for my ship. Looks great. Dude, it's so sensitive. Sinzi did tell me, he's like, we're gonna get you sticks, we're gonna sort out that jumpiness. He wasn't lying. It's insane how stable the velocity indicator is compared to mouse and keyboard. Oh, my down thrust. Oh, that's it. That, save it. That was the other life. I just used another life. Put your nose down. What are you doing? I forgot head tracking's turned on. Alright. We're getting it. Ish. I probably should have died and got another ship, but I like the struggle. This makes you better. Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen. There it is. There it is. I'm gonna be flying a lot, so I just need a couple weeks. I'll get used to the sticks. It's gonna be awesome. I'm glad I got them. Yeah, I can't believe how red that ship was, right? It was so red. I hit, like, head on. I hit something. I was upside down. I bounced. My nose turned red. Then I, like, bounced off one rock and I hit the ground, and then I did it again, and then I got more red. It just, sometimes it just happens. Like, you get away with it sometimes. And then other times you're flying along and you don't hit nothing and you die. This game is such a mystery. Alright, I gotta jump off though. I'm gonna go call my ships though, so they're ready when I get back on tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, everybody. It's Friday. I wish I could tell jokes on YouTube. Everyone has to be so serious about everything all the time. I almost said the meme, but then I get my video taken down. So yeah, tomorrow's Friday. I'm gonna be doing the same thing, probably working my Headhunter rep, being a pirate, looking for gold, because it's pirate time. Hurricane.
Your insurance claim has please visit
Alright, everybody. I wonder if I got my Suno credits today. I think maybe that's today. Hey, what's up, Squirrel Lord? Hello, goodbye. Hell yeah, Winter. You watch me die. This time, you watch me die over and over again. You'll pull off the 40-minute flight, and I'll respawn 6 times. It'll be fun. Alright, everybody. Been streaming for 5 hours. I'll be back tomorrow with another 5 hours. Can't stop me. Did you try the fly? I have not flown the wolf yet. I probably won't till I... Honestly, the fin underneath just turned me off completely. I think it looks stupid. It is stupid. It's probably the low flyer in me saying that. Mostly. No, you don't put a rudder, like an actual rudder on a spaceship. You just don't do that. You can make a spaceship look like a boat. Look at the 890. The 890 is a pretty good looking ship. It looks like a boat. It doesn't have a rudder on it. I wonder why. It's because it's not a boat. But that's fine. They're going to do what they do. At least you can shoot it off. And at least in the future they're going to make it so you can retract it. That's good. I like that. I heard the fin will be optionally removable. Yeah. Which is good, right? Look, if you make a mistake, but some people like it, make it an option. It's perfect. So, they dealt with it pretty good. They also made fun of it themselves, which I thought was pretty cool. It's tough to like make something you really care about, and then like make fun of it after, because there's something that's kind of weird on it, you know? It takes some humility. But anyway, I gotta go. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for everyone for tuning in, jumping in the stream. Hope everyone has a good day or night, whatever side of this planet you're walking on. And always remember, don't fake a smile. Do what makes you smile. That is the way. And I was supposed to upload videos. Oh, I'm still popping. I was supposed to upload videos last night, and I didn't. I have 3 videos to upload. I just haven't done it. Tonight, I'm gonna upload a video. So tomorrow there's a video. It's a great lo-fi video. Y'all are gonna love it. I really like the song I put together for it. Alright, everyone. Bye.